got so hot, I forgot what I should have thought of before. Sure ain't easy for you to let go of the rules, cause there's so much fun. Are you loving the feeling? It push me, are you in it? Don't see what you're seeing, but typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, please let it go. Oh no, then I did it again. I said a few things that I shouldn't have done. Well, bittersweet melody when I dance on your fly, cause I know what you don't. It is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. Now come alive with me and quit the jealousy. I know you're bored, I know it's boring me. Now come alive, baby, get out the grave with me. I know you're bored. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad.
Just pull them out the sides. That's intentional. I like a little bit of chew in my rib sandwich.
There's something that won't let me forget the way that you move. You tattooed me with your lips. I wore you like perfume. We were like no other, two hearts on the edge, but we went from lovers to just being friends. Played me like a song stuck in your head. Do you still get my blood rushing? Dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let this old record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me and let this old record play. I know you see me cross the room, let's skip to the end. I wanna be what keeps you sleepless past 3 a.m. I know that we're toxic, but I like the thrill. I'd be 6 feet under, it looks good, kill. Let's go back to live it all again and get too close as fast as we can. Dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let this old record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me and let this old record play. I know this gets so complicated. You lose your mind just to change it, and tomorrow you'll regret it. But until the morning, dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let this old record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me
pretty much leave them full length. But if you want them to be smaller, go ahead and cut them down to as small strips as you want. Once you've done that, put it in a pot full of water, bring them to a boil. You don't need to season these or anything. You're just going to boil them for about an hour. What you're doing is you're breaking down the collagen and getting out of the skin. And it's also going to soften the fat so
I'm alone,
if
no
you
one
don't do
to
the
turn
skin,
to, no one understands. This shit's too complicated.
and then after about an hour,
Away, and I feel like I am someone else. Away, and I feel like I don't know myself. No. Away, and I feel like I don't know my name. And I don't want to live this way.
to use the back of a
I
knife.
don't wanna keep on wasting a
Use
life.
whichever technique works best for you.
I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing the mind.
And again,
And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life.
spread
So
your skins
faceless.
out. They can be close.
Unknown brain, Marvin Divine, and we back.
Can't nobody tell me nothing. Made it through the wind and rain. I turned nothing into something. No more dealing with their assumptions. Cause I do what I gotta do and I know, can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind to see that I'm cooler than lemons and iced tea. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me. But I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
350 and
I don't wanna keep on wasting a life.
Go ahead and show this bid all.
I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing the
And then
mind.
almost immediately, you're going to start puffing up.
And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
Delicious and super crunchy. I'd like to take a second to thank my patrons whose continued support really goes a long way to making these videos. And particularly today, I'd like to thank Patrick Kennedy, whose donations directly sponsor.
I want you to come over.
And as always,
I wish that you would come and give me something to prove.
please like,
Won't you pull me closer?
and we'll catch you here
I
next
think
week.
that I'm obsessed with everything that you do. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this.
To make everything easier, I'm just going
I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. We've been making magic, and sometimes I get nervous, but too good to believe. I don't know how it happened, but baby, I'm ecstatic that you're sticking with me. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this. I wanna be with
Traditionally, it's 3 years, but that doesn't mean you can substitute it for something else. Please like, comment, and subscribe. We'll catch you here next time on Twin Moons Tavern.
Morning, Colin. What you got then? Well, there's egg and bacon, egg, sausage and bacon, egg and spam, egg, bacon and spam, egg, bacon, sausage and spam, spam, bacon, sausage and spam, spam, egg, spam, spam, bacon and spam, 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 egg and spam, 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 baked beans, spam, spam, spam and spam, all lobster thermidor, crevets with Mornay sauce, garnished with truffle pate, brandy and a fine head of pot and spam. Have you got anything without spam in it? Well, spam, egg, sausage and spam. There's not got much spam in it. I don't want any spam. Why can't you have egg, bacon, spam and sausage? That's got spam in it. Not as much as spam, egg, sausage and spam. Look, could I have egg, bacon, spam and sausage without the spam? What do you mean? I don't like spam.
YouTube algorithm and or BBC legal department. The video that was just shown is intended as a tribute to the fine creators of Monty Python's Flying Circus and nothing more. It is not an attempt at keeping a considerable amount of royalty funds from the BBC. I assure you that any perceived potential of income loss leading to the bankruptcy of the BBC or financial hardship for the creators of Monty Python's Flying Circus will not happen. In the event that this video sends the BBC into a financial death spiral or makes any of the show creators have to seek out soup lines to feed themselves, please notify me and I will gladly take this video down and formally apologize to the affected. Sincerely, Twin Moons Tavern Management. Hi, and welcome to Twin Moons Tavern. Today we're covering homemade bacon. Bacon is one of those universal foods that is celebrated in cultures around the world in various forms, but ultimately it's cured pork belly. Today we're going to do a maple bacon recipe that is an American style and smoked. For the exact measurements of all the ingredients I've used, please check the description below. First, get yourself a slab of pork belly. If you go to your butcher store, you should be able to get it with or without the skin. That's a personal preference on your part. This piece has skin, so I can show you how to remove it. You want to leave as much fat as you can on the pork belly and basically just shave off the skin layer. So get yourself a good sharp knife and then carefully slide it in between the layer of skin and the most outward layer of fat, and then peel the skin as you're coming off. Again, ultimately you want to leave as much fat and meat on the pork belly and not take it off as the skin as much as you possibly can. But if you take some of that stuff off with the skin, it's not a big deal. And as you can see here, even if you have garbage knife stuff, you can still do it. Now I'm going to go ahead and square off the slab of pork belly I have, just so it's nice and square, and I'll cook up the rest of that pork belly later with something else. As far as the pork skin goes, don't throw that out. In fact, keep an eye out for my next video on how to do pork bellies. Now we're going to go ahead and make the curing powder. Get together in a bowl, black pepper, salt, brown sugar, molasses, and the maple syrup. Give that all a mix, and then if you want it to be a little extra spicy, go ahead and add some chili flake to your liking. Then in a big Ziploc bag, put in your pork belly, followed by that curing brine. Close it up, and besides that, pour it all over, making sure that the entire pork belly is covered. Lay it flat in some sort of baking dish. Make sure you have all the air out of it, and then put it in the refrigerator for about the next 7 days. You do want to take it out of the refrigerator every day or two, just to flip it, and to make sure to redistribute the liquid so that you make sure everything is properly cooked. And then once you're ready for the next step, take out the pork belly and then give it a really, really good mix. There's going to be a lot of salt on the outside of that pork belly, and you want to get every little bit of that excess salt off. Then go outside to your smoker, go over indirect flame, go ahead and put your pork belly, and you want to make sure that the fattier side is up. That way, as fat renders and melts, it will self-baste the rest of the pork belly. And for my coals, I'm using natural lump hardwood. I'm also going to add a couple pieces of apple wood for a little additional smoke flavor. But really, you can use hickory or pecan or really any other smoking hardwood that you like. And then I'm just going to smoke it at 250 degrees for about 2.5 to 3.
A place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on. I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything is gone. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't make it.
3 hours or no. To make sure that it's Not only is this going to be Today we're doing the American comfort food classic, Sloppy Joe, or at least a variant of it. I'm calling it a cheesy Chipotle Sloppy Joe. Today, for the first time in months, I woke up to a chilly room. And because of that, I've been craving a Sloppy Joe all day, so I checked out my pantry. I had everything I needed, plus a few other things to make it a little extra special. As I made this, I really wasn't following a specific recipe. I just kind of know what goes into a Sloppy Joe, and I just worked it from there. But I will include the full ingredient list and recipe in the description below. I first prepped everything, starting with a small dice on all my vegetables, which were peppers, onions, and mushrooms. And I minced up some garlic as well. And then for the cheesy component, I continued on with that Tex-Mex Mexican theme. So I took a block of queso, I sliced off a few thin slices, and then went ahead and grated a few ounces as well. And then for the Chipotles, I started off with 3 and then just gave them a quick mince. If hot isn't your thing, I would not start out with more than 3. You can always add more to the dressing and adjust. Remember, you can always put in more peppers, but you really can't take them out once they're in there. Then in the pan, on medium heat, I added a little olive oil to get things started, and then added my onions. Season them with a little salt and pepper, give them a little stir in the pan. We're going to cook these onions by themselves, just sweating them until they become a little translucent. Once they're starting to get translucent, go ahead and add your mushrooms, stir them in, and don't forget to season as you go. And then you're going to let those cook for another 2-3 minutes. At which point you're going to go ahead and add your bell peppers, mix all that up, don't forget to season, and then add your garlic. Once that garlic cooks enough where it becomes fragrant, go ahead and take those vegetables and kind of push them over to one side of the pan. And then in that naked side, get as much of your hamburger as you can in there. Like I said, for this I wasn't really going with a recipe, I was just kind of going with the ingredients I had. So in all honesty, I have way too much stuff in this pan. It is overcrowded. When I write the recipe up for this, it'll be a much better balance. Now you're just going to let that meat cook for a few minutes, trying to get it to brown a little bit. And then once you're at that point, go ahead and flip it and then start working it in with the rest of the ingredients. Once the hamburger is mostly cooked, broken up, and everything's mixed in together, go ahead and add some tomato paste. And then also throw in your chipotles on top of that. And mix that all together. You're about done here, so give it a taste. While there's definitely enough chipotle in there, I can tell that it's chipotle flavored. It doesn't have quite the heat or kick that I want. So I went ahead and finished putting in the rest of the can. But then again, people have accused me of being crazy with the spiciness of my food. Gave that a stir in. And then as a last minute audible, I went ahead and poured in some beer. The beer is going to add a kind of undertone robustness to it, which is really going to help elevate the Sloppy Joe. A Mexican beer probably would have been a better choice, but what I had on hand was a dark Belgian, and that worked just great. And then you're just going to stir that all together. The fat, the beer, and the tomato paste are all going to kind of combine together to make a sauce. And then let it reduce until it's the consistency you want. Remember, this is a Sloppy Joe. It's called a Sloppy Joe for a reason. So you want it to be a nice, sloshy, sloppy consistency. Then go ahead and turn off your pan and dump in all that shredded cheese that you had. Mix that all in together and then put it to the side. Normally I toast my buns in the pan that I use to cook, but that's not really an option here. And since I have a gas stove, I'm just going to go ahead and put them over the eye. Make sure that flame is on low and don't be afraid to keep on checking. And by now, you know I like a little bit of char on mine. And now it's time to build. Put down your bun, a couple big spoonsful of your Sloppy Joe concoction. If you have some spill over the side, don't worry about it. That's the way it is. Put on top a couple of those queso slices you did earlier. And that Sloppy Joe that spilled over, go ahead and put that on top of the queso. And then clean up, what am I saying? It's a Sloppy Joe. Don't clean up the plate and make it pretty. And there you have it. It comes together super easy, super quickly. And on a chilly day, it is really, really satisfying. I hope you enjoy this one. I'd like to take a second to thank my Patreons, whose continued financial support really go a long way to helping me continue these videos. If you're interested in supporting the channel, Patreon information is in the description below, as well as the PayPal account. And as always, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Please like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll catch you here next time on Twin Moons Tavern. Hey, I'm Uncle Carl. Welcome to Twin Moons Tavern. Today, we're doing hummus. Hummus is a Middle Eastern and Mediterranean dish, basically a paste that's made out of chickpeas, tahini, and a few other ingredients, depending on which version you're with. It is super creamy, it is nutty, it is garlicky, it's got some tang to it. It can be served either as an appetizer or a side dish, and it also makes a great spread to add on things like sandwiches and stuff as well. Today, I'm going to cover a few different hummuses and show you two different ways of making it, and I'll give you a good basic knowledge so you can mix and match your recipes to fit the situation. All three recipes will be based on this recipe. So let's get to it. The first recipe I'm going to do is just a basic hummus underneath the sauce and ingredients. This is a solid recipe intended to be used as good as anything you can do at the store, grocery store, and it's just going to keep you going in 10 minutes. First, get your cake, jar your chickpeas, then off and make a pizza. Next, get your lemons, roll them off like a clean juices, slice them in, and then just squeeze the juice directly into the lemons. As you strain the juice, put your fingers in the oil. That syrup can catch on the seeds that are in it. It also helps you make sure it's very fresh. I just find this way faster to use. Add your peeled garlic, your cumin, add your olive oil, give it a little bit of a blitz. Realize that you forgot your tahini. Add that. Now tahini is a sesame seed paste. It's a lot like peanut butter. If you can't find tahini in the pinch, you can use peanut butter. But know that you are cheating a little bit if you do that. And then go ahead and puree it until it's the consistency that you want. And there you go. It is really that easy. And like I said, this is going to be at least as good as anything that you're going to find packaged in the grocery store. Plus, you have the advantage of being able to adjust the flavors that you want to, and ultimately put the sauce or something on top. Now for the second recipe, we're going to do a roasted red pepper, roasted onions, and this method is going to be a little bit more involved. It is considerably more work than the quick recipe I just showed you, but the results are going to be a much smoother, lighter hummus, and the flavors are going to be much more valuable. First, we're going to start off with our fried chickpeas. Put them in a bowl and then cover it with water. You're going to want that water level to be about an inch and a half above the chickpeas. So as they expand, it's going to submerge. Also, make sure you get yourself a big enough bowl because they are going to expand and you want them to stay inside the bowl. And then just let them soak overnight. And then the next day, after you've drained them, go ahead and put them in a pot. Add a little baking powder. Fill the pot up with some water. Again, you just put in an inch or two of garlic flavor. A little bit of salt and put them on the side. And like cooking the chickpeas is also going to be and then the baking soda, you can add that and size the things. The husks of the chickpeas will be very small. And if you're just cooking them thoroughly and remove those husks, it's really going to help you with the creaminess and the lightness of chickpeas. As they cook, you see that the smell from the just go ahead and scoop them out. Cook them in this really good way. Take out the core, remove the seeds and the vein or pith, cover it down with some olive oil, a little bit of salt, put it on a sheet pan, cover it with the garlic on top of it, slip it in the oven and beets, about 30 minutes. Once the red peppers have some chili in it, everything should be done. We're going to take half of that bowl of garlic, and then just squeeze out that garlic. It's going to be super soft. Come out like toothpaste. But you want to go ahead and First, we got to get the skin off the beet. So what I do is take my beet, which has been washed, cut off the top and the toe, and then once you have a stable base, just go ahead and slice down the side. And we're just trying to get the skin off, so leave as much flesh behind as you can, but don't stress out about it either. And then just keep on rotating until you've got an entire beet peeled. Now slice it in half. Now that they're peeled and nice and stable, just go ahead and cut them into about quarter-inch slices. You don't have to be exact with it, but you certainly don't want to get one that's thin or a quarter-inch. And then on a pan that's been lined with slices, sprinkle in a little salt, a little bit of olive oil, give them a toss, and then spread them out in a bit. And then you're just going to stick them in the oven at 450 degrees for about 40 minutes. Be sure to give them a flip halfway through. While they're roasting, since I have the time, I'm going to go ahead and take the extra step to toast and grind and make powdered spices are really convenient. If you toast and grind them yourself, it's really going to bring out a lot of extra flavor. On something like this, where we're making the effort to go that extra mile on it, if you have digestible spices, take the extra 10 minutes to go ahead and toast them and grind them. Get yourself a fry pan, put it on a low to medium low heat, absolutely no higher than medium low. Put in your cumin seeds, shuffle them around, and then about every 30 seconds, shuffle them around again. Now the length of time that you're going to do this for is going to vary depending on what spices you're doing. It's going to be somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. Once they get really aromatic, you know they're about to be done. Once they're done toasting, take them not only off the flame, but out of the pan as quickly as you can. And then just put them in your spice grinder. That easy. Once you have all your ingredients prepped, you're just going to put them all in the blender again. Chickpeas, the salt, take that out and half bowl, off the bottom, squeeze that in there. The roasted beets. If there's a little char in it, that's perfectly fine. If you got a piece that's mostly char like this, just throw that one out. And that's also what happens if you cut them too thin. Add your tahini, your lemon juice, a little bit of olive oil, the cumin that you freshly ground, and then we're just going to go ahead and let's flip a couple times to get it started, and then put it on full whack until it's the consistency you like. Now for presentation, scoop it up all into a bowl, take the back of your spoon, and just kind of do a swirly design. On this one, I'm going to sprinkle in a few more cumin seeds just for color. Drizzle on a little extra olive oil. And typically, when it's a sort of pita, so I'm just taking some pita, pulling off some small bite-sized pieces, and sticking it inside your bowl, and then putting it your recipe. Now, this long-hair method is really much better than the quick method, but obviously it takes a long time. And to be perfectly honest, if I'm making it because I feel like having this, I'm going to use the quick method instead. If I got a special occasion coming up and I'm like a guest over, then I'll go ahead and use the quick. It is definitely superior. It's much more lighty, much more airy, the flavors are much more delicate. Ultimately, it takes your time. And let's face it, the quick version I showed you earlier, it's just much easier. I'd like to take a second to thank my Patreons. Those continued financial support really go a long way to helping me produce these videos. If you'd like to help support the channel, the Patreon link will be listed below, as well as a PayPal account. As always, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Please like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll catch you here next time. Hello and welcome to Twin Moons Tavern. Oktoberfest is right around the corner, so today we're talking about German potato salad, a classic German comfort food. Like most comfort foods, there's a million and one ways to make German potato salad, so like always, do not take this as absolute gospel, more as a starting point, and make changes as you see fit. There are a couple things that are consistent with German potato salad though. First one of which is bacon. Here we have a pound of thick cut bacon, and we're just going to cube this up a little bit. Once you finish cutting the bacon and realize that I really need to be doing a video on how to sharpen knives, we're going to go ahead and throw it into a cold pan. Turn the heat up to medium-high, and just go ahead and let that fry up, rendering all that fat. When you start to see it foam like this, you know it's about ready. Go ahead and remove using a slotted spoon, reserving as much of that bacon fat as possible in the pan. Go ahead and put the bacon into a bowl that's lined with paper towel to soak up any excess bacon fat. Next, we're going to take a red onion and chop it up in small cubes. Go ahead and cut off the tip, cut it in half, and then peel the onion. Don't just take off the paper outside, but the actual first layer of the onion. It's usually a little leathery, so you don't want that anyway. Once you have the onion cut in half and peeled, slice down it about every 1/4 inch, all the way up to, but not past the root. Once you've done that, you're going to go ahead and slice into it horizontally, again about every 1/4 inch. Be careful not to cut you, that would be bad. Once you do that, you're going to go slice into it vertically, and then you have nice little pieces of onion. Once we've done that, we're going to go ahead and put that onion back into the pan with all of the bacon fat in it. Give it a good stir in, put it on medium heat, and we're just going to let those soften up over the next couple of minutes. Now that the onions are soft, you're going to go ahead and glaze the pan with some white vinegar. Be sure you're getting all that bacony fond off of the bottom. We're going to go start adding some miscellaneous other things. A couple tablespoons of sugar, a couple teaspoons of salt, a little bit of cayenne because I like things spicy, some black pepper, and a little bit of mustard. Now the mustard and cayenne are completely optional, particularly cayenne. Cayenne is not a common ingredient in German potato salad, and mustard is kind of a by taste sort of thing. Most German potato salads do have a little bit of mustard on it. How much they have and how strong it is really kind of depends on how spicy you want your potato salad to begin with. Generally speaking, you want it just enough to give that hint of mustard flavor, but you don't want it to be a dominant flavor. You're going to continue to cook that in medium for a few minutes, letting all those flavors get to know each other and letting this dressing thicken up just a little bit. You're going to take about 1/2 to 2/3 of the bacon that you cooked up and put it back into the sauce. Mix that in. The remaining bacon we're going to save to garnish a little bit later. Once that's all incorporated, we're going to go ahead and put that to the side and work on our potatoes. Potatoes is another point where a lot of people disagree on how they should be handled. I'm using red potatoes here because I like them. I'm leaving the skins on. For the most part, I think cutting the skins off of the potato is kind of pointless. It adds a lot of extra work. It removes a tremendous amount of the nutritional value potatoes have, and I think they're prettier this way. So if you see, I'm going ahead and I'm just cutting off any strange bits, parts of the potato that might be a little brown or even rotting, any large eyes. And once I've done that, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to cut them in half, cut them in half again, and then slice them up. Then I'm going to put them in a pot of salted warm water, bring them up to a boil, and then just let them cook for a few minutes. While the potatoes are cooking, I'm going to go ahead and prep my parsley. Cutting a big portion of the stems off right from the start, and I'm just going to pick through any large stems. I'm not going to get too crazy with it. If it's a small piece of stem, I'll go ahead and leave it, but the larger pieces I'm going to go ahead and remove. If I was going to go fine chop on this parsley, I wouldn't bother so much with the stems. I do want to leave this parsley in pretty decent sized pieces, so I need to go ahead and remove what stems I can. Run my knife through it a couple times just to make the pile a little easier to deal with, and then just do the rocky chopping a couple of times. Again, for this recipe, I want fairly big pieces, so I'm not going to get too fine with it. Once the potatoes are boiling, it should just take a few more minutes. That cook time is going to vary tremendously depending on the size of the potatoes and the kind of potatoes you use. So you just kind of want to keep an eye on them and occasionally just give them a rest. You want them to be fork tender. What I mean by fork tender, you should be able to stab it with a fork before slide in. Once the potatoes are cooked, go ahead and strain them through a colander. Do not, I repeat, do not spray them down with cold water. This is another key feature of German potato salad, that it is mixed hot and served warm. Take the potatoes, put them in a bowl, and then go ahead and take that dressing and pour it on top. And just gently fold it in. You don't want to be rough with it because you don't want the potatoes breaking up too much. You just want to fold it in a few times until it's all evenly incorporated. Once you've done that and the potatoes have cooled off a little bit, you're going to go ahead and add your parsley. And again, you're just folding it in until it's all evenly incorporated. Once you do that, you're going to go ahead and plate it. I'm going to take a big platter, and I'm just going to shovel all of my potato salad onto it so it makes a big mound. Once I've done that, I'm just going to clean the edges of the platter up a little bit for presentation. Add some of the bigger pieces of parsley to the top. And then some bacon I reserved, because honestly, who doesn't really love bacon? And there you have it, a nice steaming platter of German potato salad. Thank you for watching, I hope you enjoyed it. As always, please like, subscribe, and comment. And I hope you guys have a happy and safe Oktoberfest. Thanks. Hello and welcome to Twin Moons Tavern. Oktoberfest is right around the corner, so today we're talking about German potato salad, a classic German comfort food. Like most comfort foods, there's a million and one ways to make German potato salad, so like always, do not take this as absolute gospel, more as a starting point, and make changes as you see fit. There are a couple things that are consistent with German potato salad though. First one of which is bacon. Here we have a pound of thick cut bacon, and we're just gonna cube this up a little bit. Once you finish cutting the bacon and realize that I really need to be doing a video on how to sharpen knives, we're gonna go ahead and throw it into a cold pan. Turn the heat up to medium high, and just go ahead and let that fry up, rendering all that fat. When you start to see it foam like this, you know it's about ready. Go ahead and remove using a slotted spoon, reserving as much of that bacon fat as possible in the pan. Go ahead and put the bacon into a bowl that's lined with paper towel to soak up any excess bacon fat. Next we're going to take a red onion and chop it up in small cubes. Go ahead and cut off the tip, cut it in half, and then peel the onion. Don't just take off the papery outside, but the actual first layer of the onion. It's usually a little leathery, so you don't want that anyway. Once you have the onion cut in half and peeled, slice down it about every 1/4 inch, all the way up to, but not past the root. Once you've done that, you're going to go ahead and slice into it horizontally, again about every 1/4 inch. Be careful not to cut you, that would be bad. Once you do that, you're going to go slice into it vertically, and then you have nice little pieces of onion. Once we've done that, we're going to go ahead and put that onion back into the pan with all the bacon fat in it. Give it a good stir in, put it on medium heat, and we're just going to let those soften up over the next couple of minutes. Now that the onions are soft, you're going to go ahead and deglaze the pan with some white vinegar. Be sure you're getting all that bacony fond off of the bottom of the pan. We're going to go start adding some miscellaneous other things. A couple teaspoons of sugar, a couple teaspoons of salt, a little bit of cayenne because I like things spicy, some black pepper, and a little bit of mustard. Now the mustard and cayenne are completely optional, particularly cayenne. Cayenne is not a common ingredient in German potato salad, and mustard is kind of a by taste sort of thing. Most German potato salads do have a little bit of mustard on it. How much they have and how strong it is really kind of depends on how spicy you want your potato salad to begin with. Generally speaking, you want it just enough to give that hint of mustard flavor, but you don't want it to be a dominant flavor. You're going to continue to cook that in medium for a few minutes, letting all those flavors get to know each other, and letting this dressing thicken up just a little bit. You're going to take about 1/2 to 2/3 of the bacon that you cooked up, and put it back into the sauce. Mix that in. The remaining bacon we're going to save to garnish a little bit later. Once that's all incorporated, we're going to go ahead and put that to the side and work on our potatoes. Potatoes is another point where a lot of people disagree on how they should be handled. I'm using red potatoes here because I like them. I'm leaving the skins on. For the most part, I think cutting the skins off of a potato is kind of pointless. It adds a lot of extra work. It removes a tremendous amount of the nutritional value potatoes have, and I think they're prettier this way. So if you see, I'm going ahead and I'm just cutting off any strange bits, parts of the potato that might be a little brown or even rotting, any large eyes, And once I've done that, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to cut them in half again, and then slice them up. Then I'm going to put them in a pot of salted warm water, bring them up into a boil, and then just let them cook for a few minutes. While the potatoes are cooking, I'm going to go ahead and prep my parsley. I'm cutting a big portion of the stems off right from the start, and I'm just going to pick through any large stems. I'm not going to get too crazy with it. If it's a small piece of stem, I'll go ahead and leave it, but the larger pieces I'm going to go ahead and remove. If I was going to go with a fine chop on this parsley, I wouldn't bother so much with the stems. I do want to leave this parsley in pretty decent sized pieces, so I need to go ahead and remove what stems I can. Run my knife through it a couple times just to make the pile a little easier to deal with, and then just do the rocky choppy a couple of times. Again, for this recipe, I want fairly big pieces, so I'm not going to get too fine with it. Once the potatoes are boiling, it should just take a few more minutes. That cook time is going to vary tremendously depending on the size of potatoes and the kind of potatoes you use. So you just kind of want to keep an eye on them and occasionally just give them a test. You want them to be fork tender. What I mean by fork tender, you should easily be able to stab it with a fork and the fork slide in and out easily. Once the potatoes are cooked, go ahead and strain them through a colander. Do not, I repeat, do not spray them down with cold water. This is another key feature of German potato salad, that it is mixed hot and served warm. Take your potatoes, put them in a bowl, and then go ahead and take that dressing and pour it on top. And just gently fold it in. You don't want to be rough with it because you don't want the potatoes breaking up too much. You just want to fold it in a few times until it's all evenly incorporated. Once you've done that and the potatoes have cooled off a little bit, you're going to go ahead and add your parsley. And again, you're just folding it in until it's all evenly incorporated. Once you do that, you're going to go ahead and plate it. I'm going to take a big platter and I'm just going to shovel all of my potato salad onto it so it makes a big mound. Once I've done that, I'm just going to clean the edges of the platter up a little bit for presentation. Add some of the bigger pieces of parsley to the top. And then some of the bacon I reserved, because honestly, who doesn't love more bacon? And there you have it, a nice steaming platter of German potato salad. Thank you for watching, I hope you enjoyed it. As always, please like, subscribe, and comment. And I hope you guys have a happy and safe Oktoberfest. Prost. Hi, I'm Uncle Carl, and welcome to Twin Moons Tavern. Today we're doing the national dish of Canada, poutine. Poutine is a really, really straightforward dish. Essentially, it's french fries with gravy and cheese curds. Being as simple as it is the quality and combination of these components that really make this dish. First of all, sorry about the camera work on this one. This is the last one from when cameraman Scott was out, so please bear with it. The next video, the camera work will definitely be better. First, I'm going to go ahead and start the gravy. I'm making a very standard poutine. You could just reduce some beef stock, add a little roux in there, and thicken it up, and that would be fine. But I want to elevate it a little bit, and I happen to have a few beef ribs hanging around, so I'm going to go ahead and use those. First in the pot, I'm going to go ahead and brown my ribs. Put them on one side for about 2 to 3 minutes. Give them a flip. And then just continue this process until I have at least some browning on all sides. Browning these ribs first is really going to intensify the flavor that's being pulled out of them. Once they've been browned, I'm going to pull them out real quick. Add a little bit of really good beef stock. Just enough to deglaze so I can go ahead and scrape up all those little brown bits that are stuck on the bottom. Those brown bits, known as fond, have a tremendous amount of flavor in them, and by scraping them up, that flavor is going to be in the gravy. But if you don't scrape them up, they're going to get burned and nasty. Once your pan's been deglazed, I'm putting the ribs back in and pouring in the rest of my stock. Turn the heat to a medium and bring it to a light simmer. Now, whenever you're simmering meat like this foamy stuff is going to start to happen. That's blood, fat, minerals. Most people refer to this as impurities. There's nothing wrong with leaving this stuff in there, except for the fact that it's going to make for a cloudier, not as pretty gravy. So that's why we're doing this next step, which is skimming all of that off the top. If you don't do this, it's not a big deal. It's just going to make for a finer product at the end. And then once you've done that, we're just going to go ahead and let that simmer for 1-2 hours until those ribs start to get tender. Feel free to skim more off the top if you see fit. Now while that stock is simmering, we're going to go ahead and start working on our french fries. Go ahead and get yourself some russet potatoes. Slice a bit off of one end so that you have a flat side and the potato will be stable. Cut it into planks and then cut those planks into sticks. I like my fries being thick and hearty, not as much as a steak fry goes, more like a thin steak fry. But you go ahead and cut these any size that you want. Just make sure that they're relatively the same thickness throughout. Now as far as frying these potatoes goes, we're going to do a 2-fry method, which means we're going to blanch them or lightly cook them once at a lower temperature, let them cool down, and then cook them again at a higher temperature. So in the cooking oil of your choice, at about 300 degrees, put your fries in and let them cook for about 2 to 3 minutes. You want to go ahead and pull them just as they're starting to brown. Put them on a wire rack on a sheet pan so that any excess oil will drip off, and let them cool. You want to let them cool down to at least room temperature, but putting them in the refrigerator wouldn't be a bad idea either. While those are cooling, we're going to go back to our gravy. And like I said, in about an hour, hour and a half, maybe 2 hours after you started this process, pull your ribs out, let them cool, and go ahead and pull the meat off the bones. Give them a good chop, and then put that meat to the side. Now on a small saucepan, we're going to go ahead and make our roux, which is simply equal parts fat, in this case butter, and flour. Put our butter in, then our flour, and then just stir that around until it fully incorporates, and let it cook until you get a nice brown color and you start smelling a nice nutty cooked flour smell. Once your stock has reduced by at least a third, preferably by half, go ahead and through a fine mesh strainer, pour it into your pot with the roux and stir that together until it's nice and thick, and then add that pulled chopped beef rib. Now this beef rib part is completely optional, but like I said, I wanted to make this a little extra, so that's how I'm doing it. Once that gravy is thickened to the way that you like it, it's then time to finish up those fries. Get your cooking oil somewhere between 350 and 375 and dump your fries back in for about 5 to 7 minutes or until they're at the doneness that you like. By doing the double fried method, you're going to get a super crunchy outside while keeping the inside light and fluffy. When those fries are done, go ahead and pull them. Put them on that wire rack again, and then once they've drained, just stick them in a bowl and toss them with whatever seasoning that you like. Salt, maybe some pepper. If you want to do something else, feel free. And now we just put it together. In your bowl or plate, dump in all your fries. Pile up a good amount of cheese curds on top. If you can't get your hands on cheese curds, or if you want to make it yourself, check out my cream cheese video and just follow the instructions there. Before you put it in the food processor, what you have is a really basic cheese curd, which is what works really well with this dish. Ladle on your gravy, maybe a couple more curds on top, and that's it. That's all there is to it. They're delicious, they are hearty, they are reminiscent of a really good mashed potatoes and gravy, but have a French fry quality to it. And I can definitely see why this is such a popular dish in Canada. Hi, I'm Uncle Carl, and welcome to my movie style. Today we're doing chicken curry. This extremely flavorful and sometimes spicy dish has a lot of variations to it, and there isn't really one great way to do it. This is my take on it. Now in typical Indian fashion, there's a lot that goes into this dish, but it all comes together. Hi, I'm Uncle Carl, and welcome to my movie style. Today we're doing chicken curry. This extremely flavorful and sometimes spicy dish has a lot of variations to it, and there isn't really one great way to do it. This is my take on it. Now in typical Indian fashion, there's a lot that goes into this dish, but it all comes together amazingly. Let's get started. Get yourself an onion, cut it in half, peel it, and then give it a small dice. And then with our tomatoes, we're going to also cut them in half and give them a small dice. Now these onions and tomatoes don't have to be the exact same size. We're going to cook these down so much that the onions are going to be super, super soft, and the tomatoes are going to break down and almost completely, if not totally, dissolve. Get yourself some ginger. Go ahead and grate it on a microplane. When grating ginger on a microplane, you don't have to worry about peeling it, because the peel itself won't go through the plane. Get yourself some garlic, and put it through the microplane as well. You want roughly equal parts of ginger and garlic, and go ahead and put those to the side. Get yourself some parsley, and give it a relatively small chop. Part of the parsley is going to be for garnish, so we don't want to go too small with it. Now let's prep the chicken. We're going to be using chicken thighs without skin or bone. Now you can go ahead and buy these already deboned and without skin, but if you buy them bone in, you're going to save yourself some money, so that's what I did. And then I just take out the bone myself. Lay the thigh down, bone side up, do a small incision on either side, and then go underneath the bone and go from one side to the other, separating it from the meat. You'll still have a little bit connected on one side, and scrape the meat down from the bone until you can get to the end, and then just cut it off. And then just repeat that for all your thighs. Once you've gotten the chicken deboned, go ahead and cut it in hunks. I'm cutting it in half, and then those two halves I'm going to cut into thirds. And now we're done with all our prep. Now let's get cooking. Get your pan on a medium heat, a little bit of oil to start off with, and put in your onions. Keep an eye on stirring them, and we're going to cook these until they sweat, turn translucent, and start to get a little brown. Once they start browning, go ahead and put in your tomatoes. Give them a good stir in, and we're going to cook those for a few more minutes until the tomatoes start breaking down. Then we're going to put in our ginger and garlic mix, give that a stir, and once that garlic and ginger smell hit you in the face, we're going to go ahead and start adding our spices. Cumin, paprika, coriander, some red chili flake, a little bit of cayenne, some turmeric, and masala, which is an Indian spice blend, salt and pepper. Give that all a stir and cook that for a couple minutes. And this paste-like mixture is going to start to make the entire house smell like India. It is amazing. Go ahead and add your parsley, and if you can find them, some curry leaves. This might be a little difficult to source. You're probably going to have to go to a specialty market for them. If you can't find them, it's still going to be a really delicious meal, but it is actually what makes curry curry. Add some coconut milk, and that's going to help you deglaze the pan. And then go ahead and add in your chicken. Stir it in and cook them until the chicken is done. The time this takes is going to vary depending on the size of the chicken. When you think you're done, just go ahead and split open one of the bigger pieces with your spatula and see where it is and make sure that you like it. And then it's time to plate, which is fairly straightforward. Just in a bowl, put in your rice, push the rice to the sides of the bowl so you can make kind of like a well to put in your chicken. Garnish it with a little bit more parsley, and there you go. This is actually a pretty authentic recipe, and it's just loaded with flavor, and the chicken's juicy, and it's just great. Now let's see what cameraman Scott has to say about it.
Very tender chicken, lots of spices, but very complex. Yeah. One thing I've always noticed with Indian food, I ain't heavy in flavors or something like that. I don't know what it is, but they can pack so much flavor in there and not have it like kill anything off.
All about balance.
Treat this all day long. Good one.
Hi, I'm Uncle Carl. Welcome to Twin Moons Tavern. Today we're covering the iconic Cajun food, red beans and rice. Before we get started, I'd like to apologize about the camera look today. Cameraman Scott is not here, and I decided to go on without him. And quite frankly, he brings a lot to the table that I can't duplicate. So please be patient. First, let's take care of our prep. We're going to start by chopping up our vegetables. And we're going to start with our Cajun-style mirepoix. Mirepoix is traditionally equal parts celery, carrots, and onions, and that's often used in a sauce or soup base to provide a good base of flavor. In the Cajun version, which is what we're doing here, we substitute bell peppers for the carrots. Otherwise, it's the same. Let's start with our celery. Cut the root off. Cut the tips off. You can save that for later stock. And then go ahead and wash the celery. Celery is notoriously dirty. Please do not forget to wash them. And then with each piece of celery, we're just going to split it down the middle. Maybe another time. Line them up, and then just run your knife through them into as small pieces as you can get. We do want all the flavor, but we don't want it to be concentrated in any one bite. So as small and thin as possible is best. Once you have your celery taken care of, move on to your onion, cut it in half, peel it, and then just cut it into a small dice. Again, just like the celery, you want to get it as small as possible. Then with your bell peppers, cut them in half, pull out the seeds and the excess pit, slice them into sticks, then bunch them up and into a small dice. Once you've done that, get yourself a couple of cloves of garlic, give them a crush and peel, and then the rocky chopping until they're nice small bits. Now that all your vegetables are done, get yourself about 1.5 pounds of good and gooey Cajun sausage. Stay away from any of those big name prepackaged things and just go straight to your butcher. The quality of the sausage is going to make all the difference in the world in this dish. So go ahead and splurge on the good stuff. And then just slice it up into pieces. It really doesn't matter what size or shape you cut the andouille sausage in. Just make sure that they're roughly the same size. I'm just cutting them into simple rounds. In a cold stock pot, throw your sausage and turn it onto a medium heat. Stir them around a bit and let them keep on going until they're nice and brown. Once they're sufficiently browned, go ahead and dump in your celery, onions, and bell peppers. Give them a stir and just cook them until they start sweating and the onions start to turn translucent. Next, go ahead and dump in your garlic. Give it a stir, and let that cook for about another 1 to 2 minutes. And once that garlic gets real fragrant, punches you in the face, go ahead and dump in your beans. Now I didn't get this footage, but the night before, put your beans in a large pot or bowl and make sure that they are covered with water. You're going to let those sit overnight. They will absorb the water, they'll expand, and they'll get not tender enough to eat, but tender enough where you can work with them. Give them all a stir, and then add in stock. I'm using beef stock, but really, beef, chicken, or even vegetable stock work fine. Go ahead and put in a smoked ham hock. You don't need a second one, but if you have one, go ahead and use that one too. And then put it on a medium-high heat until it comes to a low simmer. You're going to see this foam form on top. Go ahead and skim off any of that excess foam that you can. Red beans and rice aren't exactly what I would call a fancy dish, so I wouldn't necessarily lose too much sleep over getting this foam out. And in fact, if you're feeling super lazy or you just happen to forget to do this step, it's not the end of the world. Once you get the bulk of that foam skimmed off, go ahead and add your spices. Cumin, black pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, paprika, cayenne powder, some dried red chili flake, dried thyme, and give that all a stir. Once it's all incorporated, turn it back down to a medium-low heat and keep it on a light simmer. Cover it and just let it go for about 3 to 4 hours. Once those beans are fork tender, and what I mean by fork tender is you can crush it with a fork and it will go ahead and split right open. You're pretty much done. Get yourself a potato masher and then just mash down in there, and that'll help thicken up the sauce. Once you've got about somewhere between 1/8 and 1/4 of those beans smashed up, stir it up a little bit, let it simmer for about another 20-30 minutes. At that point, you're going to have some nice, thick, floppy stuff. And then to serve, in a bowl, spoon in some rice, And then ladle on top of that some of the red beans. I'm going to garnish it with some green onions, just so it's at least a little pretty. And that's it. Spicy, flavorful, and hearty. Definite occasion. Now while these are good the day of, if you wait a few days for cameraman Scott to come by, reheat them and serve them up, they are even better. Let's see what he has to say.
So there you go. Cajun style red beans and rice. It's not a pretty dish, but it is hearty, flavorful, and I think it's pretty delicious. You're not talking a whole lot, Scott.
I'm not. Sorry, I'm enjoying so much. It's a little bit more than I'm used to with red beans and rice. I'm used to just kind of being red beans and rice. You've got, so there's a lot of extra stuff going on. You got the sausage, which is lovely. Green onions, have a nice little touch. Like I said, I'm just pretty much used to red beans and rice, so this is a whole nother route. Oh yeah.
You've never really had Cajun, like real Cajun red beans and rice?
Outside of Zatarain's spots, maybe.
Hi, I'm Uncle Carl. Welcome to Twin Moons Tavern. Today we're doing the German Oktoberfest classic, Zwiebelkuchen, otherwise known as onion cake. Now this one holds a special place in my heart, but in full disclosure, I've never made this before, so be patient with me. Stick around until the end and I might have some changes. Zwiebelkuchen is kind of like a quiche, but somewhere between a quiche and a custard in texture, and is actually really easy to do. First we gotta make our dough. Add your flour, some milk, some softened butter, a little yeast. Mix that around a little bit. Don't forget your salt. And then just knead that until it's a smooth consistency. Go ahead and cover it with a towel and put it to the side, let it rest until you're ready for it. Now we need to do the prep for our filling, which is simple enough. Get yourself 3 onions and cut these up really any way you like. You can do them in cubes, you can do them in slices. If you do them in slices, I would recommend cutting it not just in half, but in quarters before you slice them up. Otherwise, at the wide part, the slivers of onions are going to be just too long. Get yourself some chives. You really don't need this many chives at all, but I have a full handful that I got here, and I can always use some chives to add into anything. So whatever I don't need, I'll just keep for later. And then cube up some bacon. About 4 slices will do you. I'm going to be really controversial here. My regulars know I love me some bacon, but don't go overboard with the bacon on this. 4 slices is all you need. I could see a 5th, maybe a 6th slice. So you don't want the bacon to be the dominant flavor. That's why it's called Zwiebelkuchen and not Speckkuchen. Now we're going to go ahead and start putting everything together. In a cold pan, put your bacon, and on a low temperature, you're just going to cook it up, rendering out all that fat. When it's just starting to get crisp, go ahead and take half that bacon out. You're going to save that to garnish later. Then dump in all your onions. Now bacon is really an optional ingredient in this recipe. If you're not using bacon, and then you don't have bacon fat, use butter instead. Season it with a little salt and pepper, and give it a stir. And we're just going to let this go until the onions sweat down and become translucent. We're not looking to brown them, just looking to get those sugars to release and get them to the point where they're starting to get clear. Add some chives, some caraway seeds, salt and pepper to taste. Pull that to the side and let it cool. While that's cooling, go ahead and on a clean surface, dust it with a little flour. Get your dough and roll it out. You want this to be a little less than a 1/4 inch thick. Honestly, I could have gone a little thinner than I have here. Once you have it rolled out, get yourself your spring pan. Use that to measure out how you're going to cut it. Push it down to leave an indentation, and then take it off, and then you can go ahead and cut along the indentation. Put your spring pan back together, and then line the inside with a piece of wet parchment paper. If you soak the paper down first and then wring it out, it'll be soft enough where you can form it around the inside of the pan. Put in your dough, and then with the remaining part of the dough, you're just going to roll it into little snakes and press that along the side, connecting from the bottom going up to the sides. Now that your onions have cooled, you're going to finish making your filling. Get yourself some eggs, add a good amount of sour cream, some softened butter, mix that all up really good. Add your onion and bacon mixture, mix that all in, and then just simply pour that into the pan where you have your dough. Stick it in the preheated oven at 390 degrees for about 50 minutes, or until it just starts to brown a little bit on the top. Add some of that bacon you reserved for garnish, some more chives. Now here is the hardest part of this. You gotta let it sit at least a half an hour before you take it out of the pan, and before you serve, preferably let it cool down to room temperature. Once it's cool enough where you can handle the pan, you're okay to take it out, and then let it sit until it reaches room temperature. You can even chill it in the refrigerator if you wanted to, and simply slice it up. Now, 2 amendments to this recipe. 1, I did not put flour inside the mixture. About 2 tablespoons of flour is all I really need. That will help it be more solid. If you notice, this is a little moist. Also, I could have rolled that dough out a little thinner. Made for a pretty hard crust to get through what we were for. But it's still delicious. And quite honestly, a lot of times, you're eating it much like a slice of pizza. This wraps up my Oktoberfest for this year. I hope everybody enjoyed it. And remember, we're living in crazy times. Please be kind to each other. See you here next time on Twin Moons Tap. Hi, I'm Uncle Carl. Welcome to Twin Moons Tapping. Today we're covering Thai basil chicken. First, let's take care of our prep. We need to make our sauce. Start with sugar. Typically white sugar is used, but I'm using brown. I find it adds more flavor to the party, but white sugar, like I said, is more traditional and perfectly fine. And then I'm adding oyster sauce, followed by soy sauce, and then fish sauce. Go ahead and whisk that together until the sugar's all dissolved, and put it to the side. If you have them, get a mix of Thai chilies. They're really hard to come by around here, so I'm using Serrano and Fresnos. First, I'm going to go ahead and just take one of each and slice it in rounds, and I'm going to put them to the side for garnish. And then I'll take another one of each, cut them in half, clean out the seeds and pith. That's where most of the heat lives, and give them a rough chop. If you want it hotter, you can leave the seeds and pith in, or rather you increase the number of peppers that you use and clean the seeds and pith out of those. You'll still increase the heat, but you'll also get the extra flavor as well. Get yourself a couple cloves of garlic. Go ahead and give them a crush and a peel. And now I'm going to get Fezzik out here, and we're going to go ahead and muddle the garlic with the roughly chopped peppers. If you have a mortar and pestle, the grinding motion is going to release a lot more flavor. But if you don't have a mortar and pestle, just give them the rocky choppy until they're really fine bits. Now it's time to go ahead and prep the chicken. I'm using chicken thighs. It's my favorite part of the chicken. They have a lot of flavor, they're meat and juicy, and they're very hard to overcook. These are skin on, so first I'm just going to go ahead and remove the skin and put them to the side. I'm also going to go ahead and trim off any extra fat from the chicken and put it in the same bowl with the skin. Now once I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and mince the chicken. I'm going to start by just slicing them into thin strips, pretty much as thin as I can get them. I want to get them no more than 1 centimeter wide, preferably thin. A tip to make it easier to slice up is if you put them in the freezer for about 30 minutes before you start doing this, that'll be enough to firm them up and make them easier to slice, but not enough to actually freeze them. Once I got them in the strips, turn them around, and cut them again into little cubes. Again, you want to try to get these no bigger than 1 centimeter. Once you've done that, go ahead with like a meat cleaver or a good sturdy knife like Boris here, and then just chop them up. Again, we're looking for a mince here, which is fairly fine. Not quite as fine as ground, but in that ballpark. On that note, if you want to use ground chicken, you can go ahead and do that. It'll save you a lot of time. But unless you know it's good quality, ground chicken tends to be a lot of extra bits, and you're not going to get the same control over the quality of the meat and what parts of the meat. Mincing it like this is more traditional. Use the way that you want. The easier way or the longer way. They're both going to be fine. Now go ahead and put that chicken to the side. Now this next step is completely optional. What I'm doing here is cutting the skin into strips. Again, try to get thinner than a centimeter, giving them a turn, and then cutting them again to keep them long. This is actually more difficult than it is with the chicken because of the elastic nature of the skin. These are going to shrivel up and shrink a lot, so they don't need to be perfect. I've done a lot of research on how to make Thai basil chicken, specifically street style, like they do in Thailand. I've watched about a dozen videos on this. 2 of them did this method. It is a lot of extra work and it's interesting. I like it specifically because you're using more of the chicken, and I just like utilizing as much of the animal as I can. Now that we've got everything prepped, let's start cooking. First thing we're going to need to do is fry an egg. Yep, that's how they do it in Thailand. In Thai restaurants here in the United States, you typically don't see a fried egg with this dish, but in Thailand, that's how they do it. Now here in the States, eggs are fried in just enough fat to keep them from sticking to the pan. That is not the case in Thailand. They're more like shallow fried, so you want the entire bottom of the pan to be covered and probably about a centimeter, quarter of an inch deep. Because of how deep this is, and you're essentially putting a liquid into hot oil, do yourself a favor and don't drop it in from a cracked egg. Crack the egg into a bowl, and then slide the egg from the bowl into the pan gently. And go ahead and let it fry. Again, this method is going to cause a lot of grease to splatter, so be careful and don't burn you. Now again, being the Thai method, you're doing this very differently than you would do a more American style fried egg. You're going to be doing this at a medium-high temperature. The white of the egg is going to get all bubbly like that, and you're going to get some good browning on the bottom and the sides of the eggs. Not how you typically have them in America, but this is the way they do it in Thailand. It actually goes really good with this dish. And cook it this way until the yolk just starts to firm up. Take that fried egg and put it to the side. Get that excess oil out of the pan, and maybe save it for the next thing you do. Now take some of that chicken skin and fat, put it in that hot pan, turn the pan back down to a medium heat, and let it render. And continue to cook that skin until it's brown and starts getting crispy. Once it's there, go ahead and add that paste that you made from the peppers and the garlic. Give that a stir in. And we're just going to cook it like that until it becomes fragrant. Shouldn't be more than a minute. Add your chicken meat and keep everything stirring. Add the sauce that you made. Use it to deglaze the bottom of that pan. Make sure you use that steaming pan to help you get all those great golden bits of flavor off the bottom of that pan. Add your basil, turn off the heat, and give it a stir. You're looking just a little basil. And then in the bowl, fill half of it up with rice, and the other half with your basil chicken. Slide on that fried egg. Add a couple more chilies for garnish, and a nice little sprig of basil on the top. And there you go, pretty damn authentic, street style Thai basil chicken. Now let's see what cameraman Scott thinks.
Am I in Thailand right now?
It tastes like some pretty good Thai food here.
Does it?
Oh yeah.
To be perfectly honest, the recipe is pretty universal. There's very little variation on how it's done, so
Wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more details, you know? But I'm also like a crazy white boy Thai hot, you know?
honestly knowing how I know you, I should have put more in. I don't know why I didn't help, because we had the other Scott coming. That's why I didn't make it so spicy. I would have made it spicier for you, but we had other Scott coming. He doesn't like spicy food as much, so we just make it a little bit. But yeah, you're right. Normally, that would be way hotter.
It's got a nice balance of people who probably don't like a lot of it.
But if you do, it's just a matter of putting in more chilies and garlic, maybe leaving the rim, maybe leaving the pith and the seeds and
All kinds of good. But overall, it is definitely a solid dish.
Hi, I'm Uncle Carl. Welcome to Twin Moons Garden. Today we're going to the UK for the classic comfort food, shepherd's pie. Shepherd's pie is a layered dish with a layer of ground lamb that's sauteed with some vegetables and mixed with a pan gravy, topped with a layer of mashed potatoes. While there are several different variations of it, I'm going with a classic and basic version here. First, we're going to go ahead and start our potatoes. For mashed potatoes, I'm using red potatoes, just out of personal preference. Russet potatoes are also very good and traditional. It's mashed potatoes, they're fairly straightforward. Use the kind that you like. First, I'm going through them and trimming off any large sections of eyes or any pieces that look a little rough. And I really got to do a good job with these ones because, quite honestly, these are not the best potatoes. Once I've trimmed them, I'm just going to go ahead and quarter them and put them in a bowl of water for now. You'll note that I'm not peeling them. I personally do not like peeling my potatoes. There's a lot of flavor in the skins, a lot of texture, and the majority of the nutrients. And if you're going to peel them and throw them away, you're just throwing all that away. So I leave them with peels on. If you like them peeled, go ahead and peel them. Then take your carrots. I'm going to go ahead and cut them into rounds. You can also do cubes or really any shape that you want to. Try to make them roughly the same size and shape so they all cook roughly at the same time. Get my onion. I'm going to go ahead and dice that up. Relatively small pieces. A couple cloves of garlic. Give them a crush. Peel them. And then the old rocky choppy until they're a nice mince. Then I'm going to go ahead and get a couple sprigs of rosemary. A good easy way to get the leaves off is to hold between two fingers at the top of the stem, and then with the other hand between two fingers, just kind of pull down, and those leaves will just pull right off. And then go ahead with the rocky choppy until they're roughly the size that you like. Going to get some thyme. I'm going to take the leaves off at the thyme, the same way I did with rosemary. They are a little bit more delicate, so you might pull some of the stem with it. Just be sure to pick out any big pieces that are going to be kind of woody. Give them a quick chop. And now all our prep is done. In a pot of boiling salted water, go ahead and put your potatoes. And while those potatoes are cooking, go ahead and start on your filling. First, we're going to go ahead and start with our ground lamb. Now, remember what I always say about overcrowding your pan? Yeah, I'm doing it here. What you're seeing here with the pan I have, I really should have done this in 2 batches. But you live and you learn. Add some salt and pepper. And unfortunately, because the pan is so crowded, I'm not going to get good browning on this, but I'll do the best I can. Lamb is very fatty, and as you see, as that lamb cooks up, it renders out a lot of fat. Once the lamb is most of the way cooked, go ahead and drain the majority of that fat out. Do leave enough fat in the pan to give a good coat on the bottom of the pan. Throw in your onions and carrots. Resign to the fact that you just have too much stuff in this pan. Get a bigger one, which is still not quite big enough, but it will do. I really should have broken this down into 2 batches. While that's cooking, your potatoes should be done by now. You can test them by just sticking a knife in them, and if the knife slides in and out easy, you're done. Go ahead and pull them and leave them to the side for now. Once those onions start sweating and the carrots are starting to get soft, you're almost done with cooking everything. Go ahead and add your rosemary, thyme, and garlic, and give that a stir until it all becomes aromatic. Add in your tomato paste, some Worcestershire sauce, your stock, and don't forget some fresh nutmeg. Give that all a stir, and then lastly stir in your flour. All your liquids, your fat, and your flour are going to combine to make a gravy as the rest of it cooks. And then the last thing you're going to add is your peas. Just go ahead and give them a quick stir. You don't actually have to cook them. You're just getting them incorporated. They'll cook in the next step. Put that to the side. Now let's finish making our mashed potatoes. Now if you're comfortable with it, you can do this part while you're cooking the rest of everything else. Or if you have somebody that wants to help, they can do this for you as well. In a bowl or a pot, put your potatoes, some butter, 1 egg yolk. While all that's still hot, go ahead and start mashing them up. The residual heat of the potatoes are going to slowly and gently cook the egg yolk, so it cooks without scrambling. Once you have a decent amount of mashing going on, the butter is melted, the egg is cooked, and they're all incorporated in the potatoes, go ahead and add a little black pepper. If you don't like the black flakes, you can go ahead and use white pepper instead. A little extra salt, some nutmeg, give it a good mash, and then add some milk. Because I have skins in here, as I'm mashing down, I'm doing a little twisting action. That'll help break the skins up a little bit more. Taste it for seasoning, and adjust as you need it. Now let's put everything together. In the casserole dish, go ahead and spread your filling out. and then scoop the potatoes on top. Spread that out over top. And then just stick it in your preheated oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for about 20 minutes. Or until you get the amount of browning that you like. Put this in the middle of your dinner to feed the family, or you can go ahead and plate it by just gently scooping it up, putting it in a bowl. Try to keep the mashed potatoes on top. Sprinkle on top a little thyme, and there you go. It's not fancy, but man is it satisfying on a cold winter day. Let's see what cameraman Scott thinks.
There we go. There's nothing terribly fancy about it. It's not so much of a pizzazz dish, but it's definitely, particularly on a winter day, warm pub.
Hi, I'm Uncle Carl. Welcome to 20 Minutes Tavern. Today we're covering oxtails. Oxtails exist in one shape or form pretty much throughout the world. There are countless ways to do them that range from nation to nation, region. Today we're doing the version I've come up with to share with my buddy Desejo. Now the process of cooking these are a little different than most things. They are extremely tough piece of meat, so we're going to have to go for a very long, low temperature cooking time to really break down that connective tissue and loosen up the meat. But we do also want to brown them, but because they're shaped so oddly, you really can't do a good job browning them just in a fine. So what we're going to do is put our oxtails, coat them with olive oil, a little bit of salt and pepper, and then we're going to stick them in the oven at 400 degrees for about 30 minutes. When that 30 minutes is up, take them out, flip them over, and then put them back in for another 30 minutes. Now once they're good and brown, we're going to go and stick them in the pot and cover them with the best beef stock you've got. You're going to use just enough stock to cover them, you don't need any more than that. And then you're going to bring that up to the center and let it go for 3 to 4 hours. Just to break down all that connective tissue that's going it's going to make you very tender. It's going to add a lot of flavor and viscosity to the broth. And that right there is the foundation of the flavors and everything else that's right. Now while that's going, you got plenty of time to do everything else. As per request, I'm serving them with red potatoes, and I'm just going to go through them, trim them up a little bit of any place that has a bunch of eyes or just kind of looks a little gross. And I'm going to quarter them up, and I'm just going to stick them in a bowl for the time being. Ultimately, this dish is going to be a bunch of potatoes and oxtails. So let's go ahead and do that one first. I'm going to take that, chop that up, a few cloves of garlic, give them that chop. I already bought my mushrooms pre-sliced. Those onions are just translucent and starting to get brown, go ahead and add your mushrooms. And in about 5 minutes, add your garlic. And about a minute into it, when that garlic smell just kind of hits you in the
You
face.
used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite.
And then just let it go.
And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be living off it to save me, a superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep.
Go get yourself
You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. In every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be living off it to save me, a superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh, oh, and when I fall to be living off it to save me,
I'm not doing anything special here. This is a pretty standard recipe. Here you go. In a food processor, go ahead and pour your soy sauce. Get yourself half an onion, peel it, cut off the root, and then just chunk it into large pieces. Your green onions, cut off the root of them, and then just cut them into about large pieces.
sometimes when you're here, I can feel no doubts. 'Cause you keep me where the stars are found. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter.
Stand it. Take out the seeds. The
It
seeds
doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter,
just take out the seeds.
'cause I feel so free now.
That will still give you a lot of heat, but the seeds do have a tendency of becoming bitter when overcooked. So you definitely want to take
It
this out.
doesn't really matter.
Then you can use dried thyme if you want to. Fresh. Get the leaves off, just grab it and stand by it. That. And then toss that in. Some milk, black pepper, some salt, and then we're going to go ahead and make some fresh nutmeg into this. And then we're going to use allspice berries. I'm going to go ahead and give them a quick crush underneath the knife, much like I did with the garlic. Go ahead and put that in with the processor. Now we're going to go ahead and seal it up, give it a couple of pulses, and then let it rip for about 30 seconds. During this point in time, you can go ahead and pour in your olive oil and just let it run until you get the consistency you want. Go ahead and put that to the side for now. And now we're going to go ahead and butcher our chicken. You can go ahead and get a chicken that's already quartered. You can get a whole chicken quartered yourself. I'm going to show you my favorite way to cook chickens, and that is the one whole piece, but spatchulas. It makes for a really quick cooking time and very even cooking. And most importantly, I just like saying the word spatchula. Firstly, you're going to go ahead and take your chicken, lay it on its breasts, back facing up. Go ahead and find your back foot. And then you exhale and take the chicken shears. Just start pulling up one side. Just need to make sure you get the thin back bone and the hip bone up top. Once you get past there, flip it around, just do the other side. And then just move the back bone. If you want to, just go ahead and flip it around and give it a good push like you do with CPO. Don't break the keel bone, and then you'll be able to lay your chicken flat. But if you want to go the extra mile, you need to remove the keel bone altogether, which is pretty easy. The keel bone is this cartilage piece and the bone that it's attached to. So with your knife, just slit along either side, then up here between the keel bone and the rest of the chicken, you should just go right in. And then another small slit underneath just to make sure it lets go of the meat. And then you should just pull right out. Just right out. I do this all the time. I promise you this is easy. See, it's coming right out. Damn it. It comes right out just like that. Yeah, super easy. Honestly, I do these all the time. It's super easy. I don't know what's up with this chicken. Maybe it's as you can see, once you've taken out the keel bone, it lies super flat. Now to help with cooking time, and also to get the marinade flavor deeper into the meat, I'm just going to score the thigh, the leg, and the breast just a little bit. And like I said, that's going to facilitate it cooking faster, and that marinade getting deeper into the meat. And then just slather on your marinade. And then put it in the refrigerator for at least an hour, preferably overnight. Side note, if you don't want to make such a mess, put the chicken in the container you're going to marinate it in, and then put the marinade in that. Don't do it on the table. And then when you're ready to cook, we're going to take it out to the grill. Now I'm using lump wood charcoal, but feel free to use propane, charcoal briquettes. I always personally like to use lump charcoal and or hardwood. In my opinion, those give the best flavors. Put it down over top with the skin side or the pretty side facing down first. And you're going to let that sit for about 15 to 20 minutes. Occasionally check on it to make sure it's not burning or that you don't have any flaps. And then flip it over to get the other side. Once you flip it over, it should take about another 20 minutes or until you reach an internal temperature of about 162 to 165 degrees. Then pull it off and let it rest. And then after letting it rest for about 5-10 minutes, we're going to break it down, slice it down the back. Then we're going to go ahead and slice it between the thigh and the breast, and then in the joint between the thigh and the
You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I want to eat you up alive.
Along the bottom of the plate.
Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side.
Got a little extra time on it. And then,
If you gave me your whole life,
let's see what
I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Cause it's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll suck you, no, 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 to my center of gravity. Cause it's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova. Burned into you like a a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me. Though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy. But ain't no other way, it's just what I need.
Pork chop sandwiches aren't particular.
I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks, her play clean. Don't wanna let go, wanna you can eat. If you gave me your whole life,
This is how I do
I
mine.
would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love.
Dish that together until it's done. And then go ahead and start putting whatever kind of aromatics you really like. I'm starting with a couple peppercorns, a couple of dried chilies, plus a couple of cloves of garlic.
Cause it's true.
Mix that all together. Once that's done, turn off the heat and let it cook down. If you'd like to scoop up
Everything they say about me, I love you like a supernova. Burn into you like a shooting star. If you give me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love.
What you're going to do, we're going to go and put them in the oven. So take them out, rinse them out, put them on a pan, tin foil, and then stick them in the oven for about 20 minutes. Or about 120 to 125 degrees. What we're looking to do is to just slowly cook them until they reach a temperature that all we need to do is sear them really quick to take them the rest of the way. And then that way we're going to have nice, juicy, tender pork chops that are evenly cooked throughout and then still get a good sear. While those are cooking in the oven, go ahead and slice up some onions. Get your pan on a medium-low heat. Put some butter. A little bit of salt. Turn them occasionally so they don't burn, but otherwise we're going to let it sweat, soften up, and slowly turn down. Once you get them to where you like, add a little balsam on vinegar, stir them in with milk for a few more minutes. And then once you've done that, go ahead and pull your pork chops out of the oven right there, and we can begin seasoning. Make sure you still got a little bit of butter in there. Crank that bad boy up to medium high, and then just put the pork chops in there, about 2 minutes per side. And then just pull them and let them rest for about 5-10 minutes. While they're resting, go ahead and toast the rolls. What you see me doing here is I'm digging out a little trench from the bottom part of the bread. I'm just slice these pork chops up into thin pieces, and by having that trench, I'll be able to get more on the sandwich without it spilling all of its insides. Go ahead and toast it in that pan. Use any fat that's been rendered from the pork chops, and add some butter or oil as you see fit. Once those are done and the pork chops are rested, we're going to go ahead and slice up those pork chops. Be sure to try to cut against the grain. That'll make those slices more tender. And I'm going to go about a half a centimeter thick, like a quarter inch maybe. If you notice, the pork chops are still a little bit pink. That's perfectly fine. They're going to be extra juicy. If you want them to be a little bit more well done, just let them sear for another 30 seconds to get on both sides of the pork chops. Stack your bread. Pile on your sauteed onions. Put a little arugula to make it healthy. Spread some mustard on the top piece of bread. Put it together. Cut it along the sides to half. And then the all-important crossing. This is real simple, straightforward stuff to put together. It's not complicated at all. And it makes a killer sandwich. You got a really nice mixture of the spiciness of the mustard, bitterness of the sweetness of the onions. Combine that with the super juicy pork chops, and you got yourself a hit. Now let's see what cameraman Scott thinks.
I think got a little bit of sweetness going on. Then you get a little bit of sweetness of the onions. A little bitterness out of the arugula.
Oh no, that
Good
is what
whammo.
they all say when they see me pouring some wine.
Then you also get the nice little balance.
Oh, then gets empty again. Better fill it up before
Got
I
a nice
go.
juiciness out of the.
Cause I'm loving it, feeling it, touch me and being it. See what I see in it, I'm typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, let it all go. Oh Lord, think you know what I'm like, but you don't fall, you lose control. Bittersweet melody when I dance on your fly. Cause I know what you don't. It is me you adore.
Hi, I'm Michelle. Welcome to Quando. Today
They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. How sad. Oh boy, got so hot I forgot what I should have thought of
It has a
before.
very strong earthy, herby flavor.
Sure ain't easy for you to
Compared to the
let
juicy
off
and
the
sweet
rules,
ribeye,
cause
it
there's
is
so much
delicious. So
fun.
let's show you how to do it. First, let's talk about its steaks. Here I got 2 ribeyes, one bone in, one bone out. I did this to keep quite honest with my steaks last minute. The only 2 ribeyes they had left. You see all that fat and cheesy steak? That's called marbling. And when a steak is marbled well like this, it's very good for searing. It helps to keep the steak very juicy and flavorful. First, I'm going to go ahead and season them very liberally with just salt. Because salt is the primary seasoning used on steaks, and quite frankly, most of the time it is the only. These are good thick steaks, so don't be afraid to season them liberally. Season, flip it, season it again, and don't forget to get the size. Okay, go from here. Now good time for the seasoning to penetrate deeply. You can go ahead and put it on a wrap, and so it can circulate around all sides of the steaks. And I'm going to go ahead and put them in the refrigerator for a few hours. And then I'm going to go ahead and do my chimichurri. Now, if you're being super traditional, this is done with a marinade pesto. You can very easily use that just rinsing up all the ingredients, but muddling the ingredients in a mortar and pestle, you're going to extract more flavor. And more importantly, this is a new toy. I don't want to take it out just yet. First, I'm going to start with the garlic, give them a crush, mortar and pestle, a little bit of salt. That salt's going to help the grinding process. And then start taking the pestle and just pounding down a few times. This is immediately going to while you're doing this, if you notice, I'm kind of covering the side up because this will make stuff shoot out all over the place. Once you pound it down, go ahead and just muddle it along the sides until it turns to good paste. Get yourself a fucking pestle off the tops. You want to get both of the stems up. There's no real reason to be picky about it. They're all going to get paste identical. And parsley stems have a lot of flavor. I'm going to go ahead and give them a rough chop here just to get them started. And go ahead and put those in the mortar. And then I'm going to take a piece of remove the leaves on one hand, grab it and pop it with a spoon, and then just kind of strip down from the top to the bottom. And the leaves should come right off. Going to go ahead and throw those in, pour in a little olive oil, follow that up with some red wine vinegar, pound it down some. This time it's going to take just a little longer than those remember to cover up that bowl as best as you can, so you can keep as much of that splatter inside as possible. And then I almost forgot my chilies. I got some red chilies here. Just turn off the tops, slice them in half, scooping out the seeds and the pip, giving them a rough chop, and putting them in. And then pounding in the tops. If you want the pieces to be smaller, just go ahead and work with it. And then you can serve it parchment like this. But honestly, in my opinion, if you let it sit and bake for a little bit, it's not the flavors will marry together on top of the ribeye. And now, all you gotta do is sear the steaks. About a half an hour before you want to start cooking. Take the steaks out, leave them up in the oven. First, you gotta preheat your pan. Go ahead and put it on the burner at the highest highest temperature that you got. The higher the temperature, the better sear you're going to have. While we're cooking on something that is very high smoke heavy, today I'm using avocado. Go ahead and steak down, and all you're going to do for the next 2 minutes is enjoy the sound of the smoke. Touch it, play with it, after the 2 minutes is up, give it a flip, and do the same thing again.
This gets so complicated. You lose your mind just to change it, and tomorrow you'll regret it. But until the morning, dance with me, baby, take away the pain.
Now from here, you're just going to flip it every 30 seconds to a minute so you can build up that pressure. Keep on doing this until you get the deadness that you want. If you're using an internal heat thermometer, rare is 130, medium is 160, well done is 170. Pull your steaks off and cook them. The steaks are still going to cook for a few more minutes. Pop them on a plate, cover them with tin foil, and let them rest. Your steaks have been working hard, they need a little downtime. After they finish resting, you're done. Time to plate. You could go ahead and just put the steak on a plate. I'm going to go ahead and slice them up though. Be sure to slice against the grain of the meat fibers. The meat will be more tender. It'll just fall apart more easily than if you were going with the grain. Stack the slices up on a plate, all board like I have here. And spoon the chimichurri along the top. And there you go. Seared ribeye with chimichurri. Like a lot of things I do, this is really simple. This is a basic version. You can go ahead and add all kinds of different herbs and spices to this chimichurri. Take it any direction that you want to, but at its core, it really is just this simple.
It's very good.
And if you could go, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this way.
No, you use a small amount of stuff on it. You don't need to lap it up.
I think I was telling you last weekend I had some. And instead of serving it like I did here,
Yeah.
which
Unknown
obviously I
brain.
did for flavor purposes,
Marvin Divine, and we back.
I slice it up
Can't
like I
nobody
did
tell me
here.
nothing.
Put
Made
in
it
a
through
bowl.
the rain and rain. I turn
Sure,
nothing
sure,
into
you know,
something. No more
frosted,
dealing with
like
the
that.
assumptions. Cause I do what I gotta do and I know.
Perfect amount.
Can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind to see that I'm cooler than lemons and iced tea. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me. But I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faced.
Today we're doing Texas red chili. There's a lot of different ways to make chili. Standout features for a bowl of Texas red is that it is beanless and uses cubed meat instead of ground, and it's typically beef. Now I'll let you right off the top, this chili is not for the weak at heart. It is spicy, but it isn't hot for the sake of being hot. So buckle up, because here we go. First we're going to go ahead and work our poblanos. Just cut off the tops. Cut them into smaller manageable pieces. And put them in the bowl. We're not really worried about specific size here, because ultimately these are all going to get cooked. And jalapenos, chili powder peppers, if you cut out the pith and the seeds, that will control the heat on it quite a bit. A lot of the heat lives there. So if you don't like it so spicy, go ahead and definitely remove those. I like it spicy, and so does cameraman Scott, but he doesn't like it as spicy as me, so I'm removing that stuff, but I'm not being overly attentive about it.
I wish that
Maybe
you would
red
come and give me
chilies,
something to prove. Won't you pull me closer?
serranos,
I think that I'm obsessed with everything that you do. I'm
habanero.
waiting, trying to be patient.
Take all these peppers
You
and cut
look
up,
like a
put them in the food processor,
It's so
add some beef stock to it, and give it a good blitz.
yeah.
This doesn't have to be a puree, but you do want it to all be pretty well mixed. Pro tip, if you put too much stock in there, your food processor is going to leak. Then with a half a bowl of flour, crush and peel each blade, and then give all that garlic rocket chop until you have a nice small mix. Take your onions, slice them up, sushi doesn't break down the cooking process and adds absolutely nothing as far as flavor. And it's just going to take away from the whole cooking experience. So you want to go ahead and remove as much of that as you can. You're going to end up taking a little bit of meat with it. That's just a sacrifice you're going to have to make. Trim off any excessive bits of fat and then cube it. I like to slice it into slabs first, and then from there into strips and then cubes. As you're going through this, you're probably going to come across some more silver skin. Make sure you remove that as well. Get your bacon. Go ahead and heat it. Now that all the prep work is done, you're going to go ahead and start the process. First, a cold pan. Dump in the bacon. Bring it up to medium low heat. Because of bacon, you really need to render out as much of that fat as you can. That's why we're starting with a cold pan. So as that warms up, it gives the bacon a little bit more time to render before it starts to hot. Just keep your bacon moving around in the pan. Then when it starts getting foamy like this, you're not done with it. Go ahead and take out the bacon and keep the bacon grease up. Now we're going to go ahead and start browning all our cubed beef. So in your pan, put a little bit of that bacon grease. Crank your temperature up to a medium high. And put a little bit of the cubed beef in. You're going to need to do this in batches so you don't overcrowd your pan. So this part does take a little while. That's just the name of the game. After a couple minutes and it starts getting brown, flip it. While you're cooking the beef, go ahead and start doing these other steps. Put some of that bacon grease in your pot, your onions, and we're just going to stir them up until they sweat and turn translucent. Now once those onions have sweated, go ahead and add your garlic. Stir that in and cook that just until it's fragrant. As soon as that big garlic smell hits you in the face, go ahead and pour in those peppers and their beef stock. Add in your crushed tomatoes, then your tomato paste, brown sugar, stir that in, apple cider vinegar, Worcestershire sauce, caraway seeds, cumin, mustard, black pepper. And by the time you got this all mixed up, your first batch of beef is probably ready. Now you just keep cooking off your beef and adding it to your pot. Once all your beef is incorporated, just put it on a low simmer and stir it every few minutes. Remember that you forgot to add your chipotles, so go ahead and give them a good mix. Add those to the bowl, along with your bacon. And if you're really crazy, go ahead and add some Carolina Reaper. Be sparing with this, it is hot. Stir it all up, and then just bring it to the simmer and let it sit for 2 to 3 hours, or until the meat is tender. Make sure you stir it every 20-30 minutes so nothing is sticking to the bottom. Make any final seasoning adjustments that you need to. Then just plate it, garnish it with some sour cream, some green onion, a little bit of cheddar cheese, a few more caraway seeds to make it extra fancy. A pretty damn good bowl of Texas red chili, if I do say so myself.
Just have a good balance of sweetness to give it a dough. Kind of get a bit of that heat rolling in, then a little bit later, a bit of that sugar kind of cooks back over. Then a little bit later, the heat kind of melts back over. Just play a little game with it.
Turn into that little teary-eyed there, Scott.
Do you know it? Well, you know it.
How did all this dog hair get up here?
Alright, come on. Welcome to Today we're doing egg drop soup. When we think of egg drop soup here in the United States as a whole, it's something that you get from the Chinese takeout place. Egg drop soup is so much more than what you get at your typical Chinese takeout place. It is all about the prep. Once you have everything all prepped up, the soup itself is very simple. It comes together very quickly. But let's go ahead and get the prep taken care of. First, getting the carrot, and we're gonna go and do a really small, might even call it a micro dice. Square the carrot off, cut it into planks, super thin, and then those planks into sticks.
most things, it really doesn't matter what the size is, but you do want to try to get them close to the same size as each other. I like doing my carrots in something like this very small so that they cook quickly. We're also going to put some tomato in here. Again, we're doing a real small dice on these. So with this, you're going to treat it kind of like an onion. The fact that you're going to slice down the side. I'm going all the way through on this one. Put your Y, stand. Now with the spring onion, the white parts separate from the green. The green are really going to be garnished. You can cut them in rounds like this, cut them at a sharp angle to get a different aesthetic on them. Just a couple different ways to do it. We also have some shiitake mushrooms, got them pre-sliced because that's all they had at the grocery store. And then with ginger, you're going to grate about somewhere between a teaspoon and a tablespoon's worth. Don't worry about peeling it, because as you can see, the peel doesn't actually go through the grater. Just kind of pushes it up to the side. We need to make ourselves a cornstarch slurry. Cornstarch is a thickening agent. It's basically going to be what gives the soup body. And a good teaspoon size is really all you need. If you like it particularly thick and gloopy, you can get it a little more. But this is really plenty right there. I'm going to take some of my stock, pour it right in there, and give it a stir until it all dissolves in. Lastly, you can't have egg drop soup without eggs. Really good, so that they're all incorporated. And that's all the prep. Then on a pan in medium heat, start off with your carrots and tomatoes. Do all that stuff first, simply because it just takes a little bit more time. Okay, now we're at the point where the juices are being released and it's starting to soften up a little bit. You could go a little longer if you want to and turn this into more of a paste. I like them to still kind of have form in them a little bit, so this is where I'm leaving them off. And then we're just going to take our stock, chicken stock. Obviously, if you have homemade stock, use that instead. I just use too much stock that I'm always out of homemade. So store-bought stock is just fine, but if you got homemade, switch it out. Add the white parts of your green onions, mushrooms. Now we're just going to go ahead and let it slowly rise to a boil. Other things that people add, different kinds of mushrooms or funguses. I've seen baby corn put in there. I've seen sweet corn kernels put in. Some crab meat, chopped up chicken or cold chicken. Also go really well with this. It's really one of those dishes that vary tremendously between household and household. Once you got it to a boil, go ahead and bring it down to a simmer. Take your slurry, go ahead and mix it up again real quick, and just slowly add it in while stirring, and then just let that simmer for another couple of minutes. Just enough time for the slurry to get fully incorporated and start doing its thing. Now you can see that cornstarch just really make it thick so much as give it some good body.
Time does not exist. Take a chance when the world before us falls into our face. I can't hold on. I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything's gone. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't make it on my own. Nobody gon' bring me down.
Here we go.
I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down. That I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down. All my hope was fading away. I'm not gonna make it to the end of the day. I was lost until I found that I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down.
Invincible.
I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down. the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven send. With me tonight, I run away. I run away.
Abrázame toda la noche, no nos queda mucho tiempo más. No quiero perder lo que queda. Seguimos siempre la pasión y confiamos solo en el amor. Yeah. No quiero perder lo que queda. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad, hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad. Y más allá. seremos miles, crecemos en número, en solo un trueno de horizontes, seremos miles, más y más allá.
For a night, I hold on to every coming. Want to Sometimes I'm selfish, get jealous. I feel a little helpless. My whole world has shifted again. You made a promise, I kept it. Now I'm second guessing. My whole world has shifted again. Now I drive back to an empty home, and it's setting in. Now that your things are honest, I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much hope in that. I can't do what I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Quiet's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the fall, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle now. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I gotta save me from myself. This emptiness, it hurts like hell. My good intentions let me down. I keep getting in my way. My stubborn pride will dig my grave. Please hit me hard with every step I take. Yeah. Cycle down, walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive.
I
just realized I built walls a mile high to protect my heart, but now I'm all alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been too scared that I'd unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I am strong. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really
Hi, I'm Uncle Carl. Welcome to Twin Moons Town. Today, we're doing egg drop soup. When we think of egg drop soup here in the United States, as a whole, it's something you get from the Chinese takeout.
I criticized myself for trusting lies. I know I can't hide, 'cause then I'd be alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been too scared that I'd unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I'm enough. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love?
Now with the spring onion, the white parts you need separate from the green. The green are really going to be yours. You can cut them in rounds like this, cut them at a sharp angle, different
Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me.
That's all they had.
And every time I'm so damn lost, what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight.
Don't worry about it.
Hear a second voice inside my head, it's telling me to stay tonight again. And hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever, let's run away together.
give it some good body. And now the magic. Just go ahead and lightly stir, not so it's got a big whirlpool going, but so everything's turning around. And slowly add.
Sink down and emotions feel like I never did before. Life shows him spoken reels of the movie I ignored. Blue skies on a broken sea and I'm stuck up on the shore. I never thought you could see me, but you did. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah.
Ooh la la, that's a gorgeous flavor.
Oh, I love the part. It's already involved. Come join me as I create some delicious experience.
We could be the enemy and show them how it's done. Yeah, we could find a new identity and tear apart the songs, make it grayscale with my black and white scale. Singing saints that the sinners believe and burn on the sin. We'll take them out, we'll make them up for it and show. Keep out the guns, I'll take the wheel. How we feel, we were made for this. Keep your mountains still and make it real, make it dangerous. Being colorblind for all my life, and they kept painting rainbows. I'm colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain, and you've been colorblind for all your life. Scared to even say so. We're colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain
So
so.
this one's for you. You know what this is, Tony? That's right. This is awesome.
First, the ingredients. 1 1/2 pound, 85/15 ground beef, 2 tablespoons of butter, 6 ounces of brie, 1 liver bun, 10 strips of bacon, 1 1/2 onion,
So what they say
2
we're
to 3
called is
tablespoons of
falling out of line. They don't know the
1 1/2 to 2 ounces of walnuts,
colorblind, yeah.
2 ounces dried apricot, 2 ounces dried cranberries, 1 tablespoon of molasses, 1 tablespoon apricot marmalade, 1 teaspoon of chili salt, olive oil is needed, additional butter is needed, salt and pepper to taste. Fully decided, this is a little complicated with the version, but it's definitely well within your ability. And in my opinion, if you want to treat yourself,
All I know
now there's a lot going on.
they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took
Might seem
us
a little odd at the
somewhere.
beginning,
So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah.
flavor, but it's well within your ability, and when it's all said and done, I certainly think it's worth the effort. The first thing we're going to start is our caramelized onions, and not a fast, high heat caramelization, which is more of a fried onion, but a true slow heat, slow cook caramelization of these onions. So first get yourself your onion, chop at the top, cut it in half, then we're going to do these in just thin slices. Once you've got that going, get yourself a pan on a medium-low heat, put in some butter, and then just slide all your onions in. Add a little salt and pepper, and then just give them a stir. I know this looks like a lot of onions, but as they cook down and caramelize, they're going to reduce and take up a lot less space. In addition, we need enough to cover about 4 to 5 burgers. So we're going to need all of it. And then just kind of let that go. Just remember to come back about every 5 minutes or so and just give them a quick stir, making sure that none of them are on the bottom too long to get overcooked or burnt. Next, we're going to work on our spread. Now, in classic French dining, brie is often served alongside with a lot of different toppings and things that go with it. A couple of those things are caramelized onions, walnuts, and fruit. And from my experience, more often than not, the fruit tends to be apricot. There's a lot of other fruits that can be used too, one of which also happens to be cranberries. So while we have the onions caramelizing, the spread that we're going to make is really more of a paste, and it's going to be apricot and cranberry based. So in our food processor, we're going to put our apricots, our cranberries, a little bit of apricot marmalade for a bit more punch and a little sweetness, some molasses, and a little red pepper flake. I'm only putting a teaspoon of red pepper in here, really more to balance out the sweetness level than anything else. If you're not into spicy foods, don't worry about it. It really isn't that spicy. If it's still too much for you, just go ahead and omit the chili flakes. If you want a little bit more of a kick, add some more in. Give it a quick few pulses to get it started, and then just go ahead and let it work and drizzle in some olive oil until it gets to the consistency that you want. You're going to want it spreadable, not blended. And since you've got time, give it a little taste test. And just so you know, when somebody says they made it with love, what they really mean is they lick the spoon and then put it back in. Now we're going to go ahead and prep our burgers. Normally I don't like mixing things in the burger. It tends to make the patty a little tougher and more meatloaf-like. However, there is a occasional exception. You really try to get a specific flavor throughout the entire patty. This is one of those things. Get your ground beef into a bowl. Get yourself a couple of tablespoons of butter. Butter in there is going to give an extra kick of moistness to the entire patty. Chop it up into small pieces. Add that to the hamburger. And then grate about 3 to 4 ounces of brie into the hamburger as well. Brie is a fairly mild cheese, so trying to put some of that kitchen beef stuff will really interject some of that flavor through the entire patty. Brie is also a soft cheese, and therefore near impossible to shred into small pieces. But a good trick for that is freeze it first. It doesn't have to be super solid, but if you leave it in the freezer for like an hour or two, it will firm it up just enough where you can go ahead and shred it. Add a little salt and pepper, and then give it all a good mix. And then and then cut it to roughly 3 sizes. As I go next, I'm just going to go ahead and form them into patty shapes. And keep in mind the size of the bun that you're going to be using. You want the patties to be just a little bit bigger in the bun, so when they shrink, they'll be the right size. And then of course, there's just a little divot in the middle of the patty. If you don't do that as they cook up in the meat and fat, it will form more of a football shape than a patty. And you just don't want that. And go ahead and leave those patties down at room temperature. If you leave it at room temperature for like a half an hour to an hour before they actually start cooking, it will help get a nice fresh on it for the cooking. And before I forget, some walnuts. You want them to be fairly small, big enough where they give a little crunch, but also big enough when you bite into it, it's soft and good. Something like this. By the time you've gotten all these things, onions start browning quite nicely and look something like this. Go ahead and add the walnut, put the stir in, and now go ahead and do the water and salt on that. Let it go for a few more minutes, and then the onions are done. Then you pan it, and then while you pan it, and then turn it on to the medium. After a couple minutes, turn, and keep on turning on every couple of minutes. It's all good everywhere. Some people like them chewy, some people like them stiff, some people like them burned. You do you. Go ahead and pull them when they're done. Go ahead and drain off the excess bacon fat. Don't wipe it dry, just drain the excess off. Crank your heat up to medium-high, and then go ahead and put in your patties. However many you're comfortable putting into your pan, I'm doing 2. Let them go for about 2.5 minutes. Really however long it takes until the meat finishes running. Just wait until you can easily get underneath it and flip it. That's how you know it's time. And then about another 2-3 minutes on the hot side. And then about every minute, just flip them over again until you reach your desired temperature. How long that's going to take is going to depend on how thick the fat is off and exactly how hot it is. Just before you think you're done, about a minute, go ahead and add on top of it some wedges of brie, and then cover the pan. Covering the pan like this is going to help trap some of that heat and radiate back down towards the cheese. That's going to make the cheese melt even faster. And then when they look good to you, go ahead ahead and pull them. And now toast your buns. Some people might butter their buns before they toast them. A, I don't think that's necessary. And B, I think it's better if you use the fat that's sitting in the pan. So just leave that fat in there and put the buns right in there. When the pan goes the way that you like it, go ahead and pull them. I always like to put them in the jar. Now it's time to assemble. Bottom of the bun, patty, a couple slices of bacon, nice little bun with caramelized onion, and then on the top of the bun, go ahead and put that apricot cranberry spread on there and put it together. And there you go. It's big, it's beautiful, it's a lot to eat. All the flavors come together. I'd like to take a quick second to thank my patrons whose continued support really goes a long way to help me make these videos. In particular, I'd like to thank Bridget Ross, whose donation helps sponsor this video. As always, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Please like, comment, and subscribe. We'll catch you here next time on Quando, Trata.
Tony, you gotta try this one out. Let me know what you think. That's pretty good. Yep, I'm gonna make a giant size omelet. Hi, I'm Uncle Carl, foodie and world traveler. Come join me as I recreate some of the dishes that I've experienced from around the world. Thank you for joining me on this trip, and welcome to Twin Moons Town. Asian style is slightly different than each country there. But overall, the technique is fundamentally similar. In fact, several countries have the what they call them translate literally into egg rolls. It's super easy to cook and very skinny. Typically, some of these are made in very easily and you would serve it not only for breakfast, but as an appetizer or a side dish or even at lunch. Now, this particular video is going to be done a little differently. While searching for a video, I stumbled across a video of a guy running a food stand in Korea who did 30 egg omelets version of these. And it was just kind of an impressive feat, and I think I can beat it. So first I'm going to show you how to make the basic version, and then as a sheer off-the-wall experiment, I'm going to see how big of an omelet I can make. But before I do that, if this is the kind of material that you like, please hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to hit that notification bell. Now let's get to it.
As far as the ingredients go, it's an omelet. Eggs, as many as you want, and then whatever filling you want. Some things that are a little unusual to the American palate, but are more common in Asian culture: ginger, spinach, butter, and rice. I'm going to use some more traditional American Southwest flavors, which is going to be real simple: onions, mushrooms, poblano peppers, chilies. Now, when preparing the vegetables, we actually want to try to get into a small dice because of the shape and the temperature of the omelet. If you have large pieces, particularly of something that is less likely to flex, like maybe a pepper or a stem of a mushroom, it's what's more likely to break the surface of the omelet. And while that's perfectly fine for eating, it's not really great for the aesthetics of it. So I'm going to start by getting everything into a small dice, and then just do the rocket chopping until it's nicely mixed. The small dice is really good enough, but I was just kind of getting it small. Remember when handling the peppers to either wear gloves, but be sure to wash thoroughly after you handle them. Getting pepper residue in your eye sucks. Now for the first omelet I'm making, just to show you the technique, it's simply 4 eggs. I've already beaten them, and on the small flat top thingy that I just found out that I made it, I'm going to pour them out and let them spread out and get as thin as I can, and then just simply pour the ingredients on top of that. Once the egg starts to set, I'm just going to simply take one side, flip it over to get that started. And if this was as big as I was going to go with it, I would just continue rolling it here. But what you see here on the pan is only really 2 of the eggs. I'm just going to pour the other 2 eggs on the edge of what I've already cooked and let it spread out. The raw egg that I'm putting in there is basically going to meld and infuse the previous egg. Basically what I'm doing is making a continuous sheet of egg. And as I added more, I finish it off with some toppings, and as it cooks, I'm just going to continue rolling it.
You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I want to eat you up alive.
And you're going to have to either use your hands.
Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. black girl for your love.
And then anybody can just take one slice, and then slicing it.
I'm a black girl for your love.
And that's it.
Cause it's true, na na, everything they say about me, I'll suck you, na na na, my center of gravity. Cause it's true, na na na, everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, burned into you like a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me, though this way of life, no it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way, it's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her plate clean. Don't wanna like I wanna, you can eat. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. For your love, cause it's true, na, na, everything they say about me, I'll suck you, na, 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 my center of gravity. Cause it's true, na, 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 everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, into you like a shooting star. If you give me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. For your love.
I was a little bit arrogant because in that video the egg was heavily browned on the outside, much like this one is. Quite frankly, that's overcooked. If you remember the first omelet, there was very little, almost no.
Sitting.
The problem, the way I see
Same
it,
old
as the egg
What's
gets
the point of this chase? To just bite our own tail. Wishing that something would change, that we could turn back the page and live like a favorite fairy tale. So a love so free in a world of our fantasy. Flying on dragons to the sky high city. These are childhood dreams, it's how we used to be. When we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 oh. Our childhood dreams. Feeling. I feel so lightweight when I think back to those days. But then we went our own ways. I'm thinking about what needs to change. That we can turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasy. Digging up treasures and sailing across the sea. These are childhood dreams, it's how we used to be. When we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 oh. Our childhood dreams.
Clarity, response
how it used to be. When we were
Are you
kings
looking for something
and
light,
queens
vegetarian, or
in our
even vegan?
childhood dreams.
Tabbouleh is your answer. Hi, I'm Uncle Carl, foodie and world traveler. Come join me as I recreate some of the dishes.
Oh no, that is what they all say when they see me pouring some wine.
Tabbouleh is a Mediterranean and Asian
We
dish
think
typically
it's
served
empty
with side.
again. Better fill
Really kind of
it up before I
It's
go.
made with very few ingredients. The most
Cause I'm
complicated
loving it, feeling it, touch me and being it, see what I see in it. I'm typical, messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, let it all go. Oh Lord, think you know what I'm like, but you don't fall, you lose control. Bittersweet melody when I dance on your floor. Cause I know what you don't.
3 to 5 sprigs of
It is me
juice of 1/2
you
lemon,
adore.
up to 1/4 cup olive oil.
Does it feel to breathe when you're dead?
This recipe
They
is
never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. How sad.
And then just pour some boiling
Oh
water.
boy, it got so hot I forgot what I should have thought of before. Sure ain't easy for you to let go off the rules, cause there's so much fun. Are you loving it, feeling it, touch me, are you in it, don't see what you see, but typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, just let it go. Oh no, babe, I did it again. Said a few things that I shouldn't have done. Well, bittersweet melody when I dance on your floor. Cause I know what you
And we're going to
don't.
dice it just like any other
It is me you
And because these are red
adore.
onions, they are very strong. They have a
How
very sharp
does
flavor.
it feel to breathe when
Sure
you're
to get
dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's
Pick out the
broken
big
up.
stems.
How
And then you're just going to go ahead
sad.
and deep down until they're the size that
How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. I come alive and quit the jealousy. I know you're bored, I know it's boring me. I come alive, baby, get out the grave and I know you're
as much
bored.
moisture as you can from the grave. If you don't do this, you're going to end up with a very
How
soggy and wet
does
salad.
it feel
Put
to
all those
breathe when you're
ingredients together in a
dead?
bowl.
They never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's
A little bit
broken
of salt
up.
and pepper to taste.
How sad.
It is
How
that
does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up.
I really hope you take the time to try it.
How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. How sad.
Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Please like, comment, and subscribe. And we'll catch you here next time on Twin Moons Time.
There's something that won't
And the real
let
reason I
me
made this video
forget.
is because I live in
The way
Atlanta.
that you move,
It is October and 95
you
degrees.
tattooed me
And
with
I just
your
didn't want to
lips.
make it too hot.
Were you like perfume?
I had one more October
We were like no other. Two hearts on the edge, but we went from lovers to just being friends. Play me like a song stuck in your head, but you still get my blood rushing. Dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let the soul record
I'm
play.
going to show you how to do it. All I do is turn the machine
Let it
on.
play, baby. Let it play,
Get to it.
baby. Dance with me and let the soul record play. I know you see me cross the room. Let's skip to the end. I wanna be what keeps you sleepless. Past 3 a.m.
Salt and pepper to taste.
I know that we're toxic. I know this gets so complicated. You lose your mind just to change it, and tomorrow you'll regret it. But until the morning, dance with me, baby, take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let this old record play.
Go ahead and stick them in a bowl of water.
Let it play, baby.
This is going to
Let it play, baby.
help you feel something.
Dance with me and let this old record play.
Dry. They don't have to be bone dry, but the drier they are, again, the crisper they'll be when they fry. On a pan in a medium-high heat, put your cooking oil, and then place in your potatoes. Make sure they're spread out evenly. Cover the pan and let it cook for about 5 minutes. While the potatoes are cooking, get yourself your onion, slice off the top, slice it in half, peel it, and then go ahead and slice them out. If you want to, you can keep them as well. I'm just doing it this way because I choose potatoes. Once you slice those onions up, get a few parsley, take out the stems, and give them a rough chop. I'm not leaving them in super loose leaves, but I'm not going to fine on them either. I'm doing this for aesthetics. They look thick with it. I think they look better if they're in larger pieces. Then again, if you want them smaller, do a nice mince. If you want to leave them bigger,
And if you
leave them
could know, yeah,
those
if I
potatoes
could
can
show
cook
you,
for 5 minutes. If you
I
flip,
don't wanna keep on living
let
this
them go for about
life
another
so
2 minutes.
fast.
Then add your onions. Let them go for another 2 to 3 minutes. Give it all a nice stir. Add some salt and pepper. And then just let them keep on cooking. About every 2 minutes, give them a flip. Show them what time on it. It's going to be about 20 minutes. Give it a couple of minutes, depending on how thick you get these potatoes. And as you see here, they're getting brown and even starting to get a little char on them. I'm just going to take one with a fork and test it. Add my paprika.
And we back.
Give it a stir.
Can't nobody tell me nothing. Made it through the wind and rain. I turned nothing into something. No more dealing with the assumptions. Cause I do what I gotta do and I know. Can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they take some time to pick my mind and see that I'm bolder than lemons and iced tea.
Go ahead and put in your nut.
All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking ass if they know me. But I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
From the beer. If that's something you don't like, you would prefer to have that funky sour flavor as strong as it normally is, skip this step. Once it's out of sync, cut it back to a medium low heat so you can keep it just right down the road. And then just let those balls cook for about 20 minutes. Once those 20 minutes is up, go ahead and fish out your broth, and then your sauerkraut. The broth that you have here left over could be used again at a stock phase. So if you like that, go ahead and use that. But if you really want to just fire up the back of your frying pan, just a little bit of oil, you don't need a whole lot. Go ahead and put it in for about 2 to 3 minutes, depending on how dark you like them. And then give them a flip. And then however long you left them on the first side, it's going to be about the same amount of time on the second side. And then it's time to plate.
I want you to come over. I wish that you would come and give me something to prove. Won't you pull me closer?
And then our sauerkraut.
I think that I'm obsessed with everything that you do. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it.
Patreon is in the description below.
I probably shouldn't say this.
Channel's PayPal account. This is going to be my
I
last
wanna be
channel.
with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do.
Yep, eating spam.
Making magic, and sometimes I get nervous, but too good to believe. I don't know how it happened, but baby, I'm ecstatic.
can challenge me to do some of this. Spam.
You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it. Yeah.
It is
I
huge.
probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase
Now,
it.
the upfront, I haven't
I
had
probably
spam
shouldn't say
since
this.
I was probably younger than
I
that.
wanna be
I've never
with
had
you.
it in ways
If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do.
and then made into something that looks a lot like a sushi. I've never made it before. I had to do a bunch of research to find something that was a legitimate dish. So I went ahead and tried to make it. I'm going to show you that in this video. Before I do that, just try and show you what you like. Please do it. Let's get to it.
The ingredients are as follows. For the sushi rice, 2 cups sushi rice, 2.5 cups water, 5 tablespoons rice vinegar, 2 tablespoons sugar. For the sauce, 1/3 cup soy sauce, 1/3 cup mirin, 1/3 cup sugar, and then 1 can of Spam, 3 sheets of nori. Spam is a canned meat that first really gained its prominence back during the Second World War because it was one of the first highly processed canned meats and therefore storable and shippable and kept for a long time. Combine that with the demands of the war and its availability to places that would normally be difficult to get fresh meat, it became very popular, particularly in remote strategic locations like Hawaii. In some of these places, particularly Hawaii, it really stuck to the culture. And it's evolved into a pretty main staple of Hawaiian cuisine. Spam musubi is probably one of the more popular versions of spam in Hawaiian cooking. It is really easy to make, and once you get past the concept of you're eating a canned meat, it's really pretty good. First, the most complicated part of this is actually making the sushi rice. For this, we're going to use a Japanese sushi rice. If you don't have that, any real short grain rice will do. First, you want to go ahead and rinse it and get out all the excess starch. Now, you should do this by putting in a strainer and running cold water over it, but I can't get my camera over there right now. So I'm just going to pour the rice into a bowl, pour some cold water over it, swish it around a little bit, drain it, and then just repeat this process until the water stays clear. Then I'm just going to put the rice in simmering water, stir it, cover it, and then let it simmer on low temperature for about 20 minutes. While the rice is simmering, I'm going to get together a mixture of rice vinegar and sugar. It really adds that certain something that makes sushi rice so much better than most other rices, and the fact that it gives it a nice complicated balance of sweet and sour. Optionally, you can add a little vegetable oil to this. I find that this isn't done always with sushi rice. I don't claim to be a sushi rice expert, but depending on who I listen to, this is either traditional or non-traditional. So add the oil if you like. Heat that mixture up and stir it until all the sugar dissolves, and then go ahead and put that to the side. Once the rice is finally cooked, take it off the heat and pour in that little mixture that I just had in there, and just stir that in really well. I apologize I didn't get the footage for this, because apparently trying to operate a camera and cook rice at the same time is a little complicated for me to get done. Go ahead and put that rice to the side, and now we're going to go ahead and prep the sauce, which is really a sweetened soy sauce, and is fundamentally very similar to teriyaki sauce. If you don't want to make this yourself, you can go ahead and buy yourself a bottle of teriyaki, and it'll be just fine. In a saucepan on medium heat, I'm going to put 1/3 cup soy sauce, 1/3 cup mirin, which is a very low alcohol content, sweet rice wine that is used a lot in Asian cooking, and then 1/3 cup of sugar. And then just whisk that all together on a medium-low flame until the sugar completely dissolves. Go ahead and put that to the side, and now we're going to prep our Spam. Just simply peel off the lid, and then in order to get the loaf out all in one piece, just squeeze on the sides as you shake it up and down onto whatever cutting board or plate or whatever you have. Yeah, I know it doesn't look all that appealing right now, but wait until it's done. It'll look pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and slice this into 8 evenish pieces, and then in a dry pan over a medium heat, go ahead and put your slices of Spam. You don't need to add any fat or any oil to this. There's plenty of fat in the Spam that's going to render out and keep things lubricated. And once you got it all on there, just let it sit for about 2 minutes. Flip it, Let it sit for another 2 minutes. Flip it again. And then another 2 minutes, and then flip it one last time, giving a total of about 4 minutes per side. And already that looks way better than it did when it first came out of the can. Now we're going to take that sauce that we made and just kind of drizzle it on the Spam. We're just going to let that sauce braise the Spam and let it reduce. And as it reduces, we're just going to tilt our pan up to the side, get ourselves a spoon, and then just continue to baste the Spam with it, and just let it reduce until it gets to the consistency that you'd like, which is a really nice sticky glaze. Pull that to the side and start to let that cool. While that's cooling, we're going to take a nori paper, stack a couple of sheets together, and then with your kitchen shears, just cut them into third strips. Try to make them roughly the same size. Now we're going to take our rice, put it on our cutting board, and form it into one big long strip. I got the can of Spam here sitting on the side to give me a guide on how wide I want that strip. Now there's a lot of methods where you actually use the can as a form to make each individual piece by itself, but to me that seems like a lot of extra work when I could just mold the rice into the appropriate shape that I want to and just press it firmly down so it holds that form, and then lay each slice of Spam on top of it so I know where I'm going to make my cuts, trim it up as I needed. Now I'm just going to take one section at a time, place it Spam side down onto my nori paper, fold over one side of the nori paper, wet it down with my finger, then the other. That wet piece of nori that you're making with your finger is going to help seal the two pieces of nori together, and then carefully move it along to your plate and repeat the process. And try one out for yourself.
I'm really good.
Color me surprised. While this isn't my cup of tea, I certainly get why it's popular. This particular dish has a really nice balance between the saltiness of the Spam itself, the sweetness and the sourness of the sauce. The rice helps absorb all those flavors and it balances out really well. I use the low sodium Spam and it is still a little too salty for me, but like I said, I do get why people like this and why this is a thing. And it is really easy to make. I bet using the same technique with Spam, except in a more traditional sushi roll, would be even better. I'd like to take a second to thank all my Patreons, without whom I couldn't really do these videos. In particular, today I'd like to thank Richard from Connecticut, whose donation directly sponsored this video. If you'd like to help out and become a Patreon, there's a link to my account in the description. If you'd like to just do a one-time payment, there will also be a link for my PayPal account. As always, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Please like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll catch you here next time on Twin Moons Tavern.
This is Spam Miskubi. This is Spam Miskubi, I think. Please let me know if I'm saying that wrong. You in the mood for wings, but a little something different from normal? Lemon pepper.
Hi, I'm Uncle Carl, foodie and world traveler. Come join me as I recreate some of the dishes that I've experienced from around the world. Thank you for joining me on this trip, and welcome to Twin Moons Tavern.
Here's a recipe for yet another pretty staple wing recipe. Lemon pepper. Next to buffalo and just plain hot. It's probably one of the more popular wings out there. Now last time I made wings, I showed you how you could do it by baking it. Today was much more of a traditional deep fry with just a little lemon pepper sauce. Super easy to do. But before I do, if this is the kind of material that you like, please hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to hit that notification bell. Now let's get to it.
First, the ingredients. To make the lemon pepper, equal parts lemon zest and cracked pepper. For the wings, 20 pieces chicken wings, 1/3 cup flour, 1/2 tablespoon salt, 1 tablespoon lemon pepper. Oil as needed. For the sauce, 1 stick of butter, juice of 2 lemons, 1 teaspoon salt, 1 to 3 teaspoons lemon pepper. So first thing we need to do is get the lemon pepper. By all means, you could just go ahead and buy this at the store and save you some time and energy. But before you pick it up, look at the ingredients list. Make sure it doesn't have anything funky in it. You know, that you can pronounce everything that's on the ingredients list. And also take a look at what the sodium content is. A lot of the pre-made lemon pepper spice mixes have salt in it already. So if salt's an issue for you, just make sure you take a look at it and know what you get. Here at Quando, I like to do things by scratch. So I got some lemons, make sure that they're good and washed, and simply zest them into a bowl. Make sure that you get all the zest off of all the lemons that you're using. And you're going to do about a tablespoon per lemon, give or take a little bit. Side note, when you're zesting it through a bowl, put the bowl where they can wood. While it looks better on camera, the wood absorbs a lot of the oils from the zest, and ultimately that's going to rob you of that lemon. Once you've zested all those lemon and have a good idea of how much you got, put in an equal amount of freshly ground black pepper. And then just give it a really good mix. Get yourself a small sheet pan, line it with tin foil, and then just spread that mix all over the pan in a thin, even layer. And then just stick it in the oven for about 45 minutes or until it's done at the lowest temperature yet. Mine goes down to 170. While that's going, you're going to go ahead and juice 2 of those lemons you just zested. Just give them a good roll on the table, putting a little pressure behind it. That's going to loosen up a lot of the juices. Slice them in half, and then just go ahead and squeeze them. You can go ahead and squeeze them through your fingers like I am, so that you don't get any seeds. If you want to, you can also use a strainer. Put that to the side, and then since you have all these lemons sitting around, go ahead and juice them all. There's always a good reason to have fresh lemon juice. Now after about 45 minutes, take out your lemon pepper mixture, peel the tin foil off, and then just kind of use that as a funnel to go ahead and put it into whatever you use in a spice grinder. And then just give it a quick mix until it's a nice fine powder. Now that we've done that, we're going to go ahead and add the chicken wings. I'm not going for a super thick bread on it. I'm just going to do a really thin one, mostly so we can show you this technique right here. In a good size Ziploc baggie, put in about 1/3 of a cup of flour, a half teaspoon of salt, and a full teaspoon of that lemon pepper, followed by your chicken wings. Make sure that the chicken wings are dried off from the excess water. They don't have to be super bone dry, but not dripping wet. Stick them into your little baggie, seal it up, and just shake them around. I'm doing a lot of little pieces of chicken like this. If you're not going for a really nice thick breading and you're just doing a flour dredge, this is way easier and makes a whole lot of less mess than dredging them in a plate. And now to get the sauce going, on a medium heat, I'm going to go ahead and melt a full stick of butter. And then that lemon juice I had you squeeze, go ahead and add that. Add a teaspoon of salt and 1 to 3 teaspoons of the lemon pepper seasoning, depending on how punchy you like it. Stir it all around for a little bit, just to get it to reduce and all of the flavors to marry, and then go ahead and put that to the side. Now to actually deep fry the chicken. Now I don't actually deep fry things that often, but when I do, since I don't have an actual deep fryer, I prefer to do it in the deepest pot I have. I'm not a fan of deep frying things in a pan. For me, that A, makes too much of a mess, and B, too much opportunity for disaster. So on a medium-high heat, go ahead and fill your pot about an inch, inch and a half. Go ahead and give it time to heat up. If it starts smoking, you need to kick it back down a little bit. But ideally, you want to start this at somewhere between 350 and 375 degrees Fahrenheit. Once it's there, go ahead and put your chicken in and continue to monitor the temperature. The cold chicken is going to bring down the temperature of the oil, but you want to try to keep it between 300 and 325. Closer to 325 is better. If it drops much lower than that, it's not going to crisp the outside as well, and more of the oil is going to soak into the chicken, and it's going to ultimately be a very greasy thing. And then just let them go for about 10 to 12 minutes, depending on how crispy you like them. And then just simply pull them out and get your next batch started. And then in a big bowl, have your wings, and take that lemon pepper sauce and drizzle them over the wings. Give them a toss. Go ahead and plate them up. A little extra fresh zest on the top because it looks pretty, and then you're done. Like all basic wings, this is a very straightforward recipe, but it is filled with a lot of flavor, and football season's here, and wings are great for that. I'd like to take a second to thank my Patreons, and in particular Patrick Flaherty, whose donation helped support this video. If you'd like to help support the channel, please check out my Patreon. The link is in the description below. Also, I have a PayPal account as well if you just want to make a one-time donation. Now, as always, thank you for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll catch you here next time on Twin Moons Tavern.
I've seen things that you wouldn't believe. I was lost until I found that I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down.
Here we go.
I'm invincible. Nobody grab my hand from him, send me tonight. I run away. I run away.
Abrázame toda la noche, no nos queda mucho tiempo más. No quiero perder lo que queda. Seguimos siempre la pasión y confiamos solo en el amor. Yeah. No quiero perder lo que queda. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad y más convierta en rayos y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad y más allá. solo un trueno de horizontes. Seremos miles, más y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad, hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad, y más allá.
Darling, I've been tempted by the darkness, telling me that I should throw it all away. Fight so hard, my heart is hardly helpless. Find myself so desperate on my knees to break. And I hear the voice of an angel telling me not to lay it down. And I feel the spirit guiding, telling me not to give up. Hold on to every promise I've been praying for at night. I hold on to every garment, won't surrender, not tonight. Sometimes I'm selfish, get jealous. I feel a little helpless. My whole world has shifted again. You made a promise, I kept it. Now I'm second guessing. My whole world has shifted again. Now I drive back to an empty home, and it's setting in. Now that your things are gone, what have I done? Was everything worth just feels heavy on your chest. I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much holding back. I can't do what I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Quiet's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the fall, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle now. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel I gotta save me from myself. This emptiness, it hurts like hell. My good intentions let me down. I keep getting in my way. My stubborn pride will dig my grave. Please hit me hard with every step I take. Yeah, cycle down. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look just realized I built walls a mile high to protect my heart, but now I'm all alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been too scared that I'd unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I am strong. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? I criticized myself for trusting lies. I know I can't hide, 'cause then I'd be alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been too scared that I'd unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I'm enough. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to say the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. The only one knowing was you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies or something
Sink down and emotions feel like I never did before. Life shows him spoken, reels of the movie I ignored. Blue skies on a broken sea and I'm stuck up on the shore. I never thought you could see me, but you did. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. We could be the enemy, show 'em how it's done, yeah. We could brand a new identity and tear apart the song that's making grayscale with my black and white scale. Singing saints of the sinners, believe and burn all that's in it. We'll take 'em out, out, out. We'll make 'em run for it and shout, shout, shout. Dream out the guns, I'll take the wheel. How we feel, we were made for this. Leave your mountains still and make it real, make it dangerous. Been colorblind for all my life, and they kept painting rainbows. I'm colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain. And you've been colorblind for all your life, too scared to even say so. We're colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain so. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah.
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, will you be there when I wait to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. In every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, will you be there when I wait to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, will you be there when I wait to save me? Sometimes when you're here, I can feel no doubts. 'Cause you keep me where the stars are found. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter, 'cause I feel so free now. It doesn't really matter. You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive. Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. It's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll suck you, no, 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 my center of gravity. Cause it's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, burned into you like a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me. Though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way, it's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her plate clean. Don't wanna lack out, wanna you can eat. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. It's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, burn into you like a shooting star. If you give me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love.
Sitting at the same old workplace. What's the point of this chase? To just bite our own tail. Wishing that something would change, that we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasy, flying on dragons through sky-high cities. These are childhood dreams. It's how we used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 oh. Our childhood dreams. Feeling, I feel so lightweight when I think back to those days, but then we went our own ways. I'm thinking about what needs to change, that we could turn back our love so free in a world of our fantasy, digging up treasures and sailing across the sea. These are our childhood dreams, it's how we used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 our childhood dreams. Our childhood dreams, it's how it used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams.
Oh no, that is what they all say when they see me pouring some wine. Oh, think it's empty again. Better fill it up before I go. Cause I'm loving it, feeling it, touch me and being it. See what I see in it, I'm typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, let it all go. Oh Lord, think you know what I'm like, but you don't fall, you lose control. Bittersweet melody when I dance on your fly. Cause I know what you don't, it is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up, babe. How sad. Oh boy, got so hot I forgot what I should have thought of before. Sure ain't easy for you to let go off the rules, cause there's so much fun. Are you loving the feeling it? Touch me, are you in it? Don't see what you see, but typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, please let it go. Oh no, bet I did it again. I said a few things that I shouldn't have done. Well, bittersweet melody when I dance on your fly. Cause I know what you don't, it is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up, babe. How sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up, babe. Now come alive with me and quit the jealousy. I know you're bored, I know it's boring me. Now come alive, baby, get out the grave and I know you're bored. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up, babe. How sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up, babe. How does it feel to breathe gets so complicated. You lose your mind just to change it, and tomorrow you'll regret it. But until the morning, dance with me, baby, take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance to me and let this old record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance to me and let this old record play. Holding on to what I know, to everything I've learned, what is real and fabricated. What is wrong? What is my problem? How can I get out of this world that I created? Fighting the storms in my head, don't know where I have been. I'm alone, no one to turn to, no one understands. Shit's too complicated. Away, and I feel like I am someone else. Away, and I feel like I don't know myself, no. Away, and I feel like I don't know my name. And I don't want to live this way. I don't wanna keep on wasting a life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing my mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
Yeah, unknown brain, Marvin Divine, and we back.
Can't nobody tell me nothing. Made it through the rain, I turn nothing into something. No more dealing with their assumptions, cause I do what I gotta do and I know, can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind, they see that I'm cooler than lemons and iced tea. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me, but I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
I don't wanna keep on wasting a life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing my mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
So faceless.
I want you to come over. I wish that you would come and give me something to prove. Won't you pull me closer? I think that I'm obsessed with everything that you do. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. There is a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on. I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything is wrong. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't make it on my some things that you wouldn't believe. I was lost until I found that I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down. Here we go. I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring
Dame toda la noche, no nos queda mucho tiempo más. No quiero perder lo que queda. Seguimos siempre la pasión y confiamos solo en el amor. Yeah. No quiero perder lo que queda. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad, hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad. Y más
Sometimes I'm selfish, get jealous. I feel a little helpless. My whole world has shifted again. You made a promise, I kept it. Now I'm second guessing. My whole world has shifted again. Now I drive back to an empty home, and it's setting in. Now that your things are gone, oh, what have I done? Was everything worth this? I guess I deserve this. just I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much hoping that I can't do, but I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Quiet's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the fall, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle now. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel I gotta save me from myself. This emptiness, it hurts like hell. My good intentions let me down. I keep getting in my way. My stubborn pride will dig my grave. Please hit me hard with every step I take. Yeah, cycle now. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear just realized I've built walls a mile high to protect my heart, but now I'm all alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been too scared that I'd unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I am strong. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? I criticized myself for trusting lies. I know I can't hide, 'cause then I'd be alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been too scared that I'd unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I'm enough. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to say the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. I wanna run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that
Sink down and emotions feel like I never did before. Live shows and spoken reels of the movie I ignored. Blue skies on a broken sea and I'm stuck up on the shore. I never thought you could see me, but you did. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. We could be the enemy and show them how it's done. Yeah, we could brand a new identity and tear apart the song. Let's make it grayscale. We love black and white scale. Singing saints that the sinners believe and burn all that's in it. We'll take them out, out, out. We'll make them up for it and shout, shout, shout. Dream nothing else, I'll take the wheel. How we feel, we were made for this. Leave your mountains still and make it real, make it dangerous. Been colorblind for all my life, and they kept painting rainbows. I'm colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain. And you've been colorblind for all your life, too scared to even say so. We're colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain so. So what they say we're called, falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called,
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, you be right when I wait to say it. A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. In every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, you be right when I wait to say it. A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh, oh, and when I fall to be, you be right when I wait to say it. Sometimes when you're here, I can feel no doubts. 'Cause you keep me where the stars are found. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter, 'cause I feel so free now. It doesn't really matter. You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive. Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. It's true, na na na. Everything they say about me, I'll suck you, na na na, to my center of gravity. Cause it's true, na na na. Everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, burned into you like a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me. Though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way. It's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her plate clean. Don't wanna let out, wanna you can eat. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Cause it's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, burn into you like a shooting star. If you give me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love.
Sitting at the same old workplace. What's the point of this chase? To just bite our own tail. Wishing that something would change, that we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasies, flying on dragons through sky-high cities. These are childhood dreams. It's how we used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 oh. Our childhood dreams. Feeling, I feel so lightweight when I think back to those days, but then we went our own ways. I'm thinking about what needs to change, that we could turn back fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasy. Digging up treasures and sailing across the sea. These are childhood dreams. It's how we used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 our childhood dreams. Our childhood dreams, it's how it used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams.
Oh no, that is what they all say when they see me pouring some wine. Oh, then it's empty again. Better fill it up before I go. Cause I'm loving it, feeling it, touch me and being it. See what I see in it, I'm typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, let it all go. Oh Lord, think you know what I'm like, but you don't fall, you lose control. Bittersweet melody when I dance on your fly. Cause I know what you don't, it is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad. Oh boy, got so hot I forgot what I should have thought of before. Sure ain't easy for you to let off the rules, cause that's so much fun. Are you loving the feeling it? Touch me, are you in it? Don't see what you see, but typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, please let it go. Oh no, think I did it again. I said a few things that I shouldn't have done. Well, bittersweet melody when I dance on your fly. Cause I know what you don't, it is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. Now come alive with me and quit the jealousy. I know you're bored, I know it's boring me. Now come alive, baby, get out the grave and live. I know you're bored. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad.
There's something that won't let me forget. The way that you move. You tattooed me with your lips. Wore you like perfume. We were like no other. Two hearts on the edge, but we went from lovers to just being gets so complicated. You lose your mind just to change it, and tomorrow you'll regret it. But until the morning, dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance to me and let this old record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance to me and let this old record play. Holding on to what I know, to everything I've learned, what is real and fabricated. What is wrong? What is my problem? What can I get out of this world that I created? Fighting storms in my head, don't know where I have been. I'm alone, no one to turn to, no one understands. Shit's too complicated. Away, and I feel like I am someone else. Away, and I feel like I don't know myself, no. Away, and I feel like I don't know my name. And I don't want to live this way. I don't wanna keep on wasting life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing my mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
Unknown Brain, Marvin Divine, and we back. Can't nobody tell me nothing. Made it through the rain, I turn nothing into something. No more dealing with the assumptions, cause I do what I gotta do and I know, can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind, to see that I'm cooler than lemons and iced tea. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me, but I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
I don't wanna keep on wasting life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing my mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
So faceless.
I want you to come over. I wish that you would come and give me something to prove. Won't you pull me closer? I think that I'm obsessed with everything that you do. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. shouldn't say this. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me a hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. I've seen things that you wouldn't believe. I was lost until I found that I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down.
Here we go.
I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down. That I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down. All my hope was fading away. I'm not gonna make it till the end of the day. I was lost until I found that I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down.
Invincible.
I'm invincible. Nobody gon' bring me down. for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven send. With me tonight, I run away. I run away.
Abrázame toda la noche, no nos queda mucho tiempo más. No quiero perder lo que queda. Seguimos siempre la pasión y confiamos solo en el amor. Yeah. No quiero perder lo que queda. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad, hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad. Y más allá.
Sometimes I'm selfish, get jealous. I feel a little helpless. My whole world has shifted again. You made a promise, I kept it. Now I'm second guessing. My whole world has shifted again. Now I drive back to an empty home, and it's setting in. Now that you're just I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much hope in that. I can't do what I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Quiet's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the phone, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle now. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel I gotta save me from myself. This emptiness, it hurts like hell. My good intentions let me down. I keep getting in my way. My stubborn pride will dig my grave. Leaves it behind with every step I take. Yeah. Cycle down, walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive.
I
just realized I've built walls a mile high to protect my heart, but now I'm all alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been so scared that I unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I am strong. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? I criticized myself for trusting lies. I know I can't hide, 'cause then I'd be alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been so scared that I unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I'm enough. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to stay the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Don't wanna run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something
Sink down and emotions feel like I never did before. Life shows him spoken reels of the movie I ignored. Blue skies on a broken sea and I'm stuck up on the shore. I never thought you could see me, but you did. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. We could be the enemy and show them how it's done. Yeah, we could brand a new identity and tear apart the silence, make it grayscale. We love black and white scale, singing saints that the sinners believe and burn all that's in it. We'll take them out. We'll make them up for it and shout. Keep out the guns, I'll take the wheel. How we feel, we were made for this. We be mountains still and make it real, make it dangerous. Been colorblind for all my life, and they kept painting rainbows. I'm colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain. And you've been colorblind for all your life, scared to even say so. We're colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain so. So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah.
used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wait to save me? A superhero in this. A superhero in this. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. In every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wait to save me? A superhero in this. A superhero in this. Oh, oh, and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wait to save me? Sometimes when you're here, I can feel no doubts. 'Cause you keep me where the stars are found. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter, 'cause I feel so free now. It doesn't really matter. guess you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter, 'cause I feel so free now. It doesn't really matter. You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive. Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. 'Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. Though you might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. 'Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Suck you, na na na, to my center of gravity. 'Cause it's true, na na na, everything they say about me. I'll love you like a supernova, burned into you like a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me. Though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way, it's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her play clean. Don't wanna let out, wanna you can eat. I would still have room for more, 'cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. 'Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Never be enough. 'Cause I'm a black girl for your love.
Sitting at the same old workplace. What's the point of this chase? To just bite our old tail. Wishing that something would change, that we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasies, flying on dragons through sky-high cities. These are childhood dreams. It's how we used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 oh. Our childhood dreams. Feeling. I feel so lightweight when I think back to those days, but then we went our own ways. I'm thinking about what needs to change, that we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasy, digging up treasures and sailing across the sea. These are childhood dreams. It's how we used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 oh. Our childhood dreams. Our childhood dreams. It's how it used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams.
Oh no, that is what they all say when they see me pouring some more. Oh, think it's empty again. Better fill it up before I go. 'Cause I'm loving it, feeling it, touch me and being it, see what I see in it. I'm typical, messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, let it all go. Oh Lord, think you know what I'm like, but you don't fall, you lose control. Bittersweet melody when I dance on your floor. 'Cause I know what you don't, it is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. How sad. Oh boy, got so hot I forgot what I should have thought of before. Sure ain't easy for you to let go of the rules, 'cause there's so much fun. Are you loving the feeling? It touch me, are you in it? Don't say what you see, but typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, please let it go. sweet melody when I dance on your fly. 'Cause I know what you don't. It is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They've never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They've never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. Now come alive with me and quit the jealousy. I know you're bored, I know it's boring me. Now come alive, baby, get out the grave with me. I know you're bored. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They've never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They've never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They've never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How sad.
There's something that won't let me forget the way that you move. You tattooed me with your lips. I wore you like perfume. We were like no other, two hearts on the edge, but we went from lovers to just being friends. Play me like a song stuck in your head, but you still get my blood rushing. Dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let the soul the record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me and let the soul the record play. I know you see me cross the room, let's skip to the end. I wanna be what keeps you sleepless past 3 a.m. I know that we're toxic, but I like the thrill. I'd be 6 feet under if looks could kill. Let's go back to where it all began and get too close as fast as we can. Dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let the soul the record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me and let the soul the record play. I know this gets so complicated. You lose your mind just to change it, and tomorrow you'll regret it. But until the morning, dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let the soul the record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me and let the soul the record play. Holding on to what I know, to everything I've learned, what is real and fabricated. What is wrong? What is my problem? What can I get out of this world that I created? Fighting the storms in my head, don't know where I have been. I'm alone, no one to turn to, no one understands. Shit's too complicated. Drowning my head, I'm losing the mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
Unknown Brain, Marvin Divine, and we back.
Can't nobody tell me nothing. Made it through the rain and rain. I turn nothing into something. No more dealing with their assumptions. Cause I do what I gotta do and I know, can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind, they see that I'm cooler than lemons and iced tea. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me. But I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
I don't wanna keep on wasting life. I'm drowning my head, I'm losing the mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
So faceless.
I want you to come over. I wish that you would come and give me something to prove. Won't you pull me closer? I think that I'm obsessed with everything that you do. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. We've been making magic, and sometimes I get nervous but too good to believe. I don't know how it happened, but baby I'm ecstatic that you're sticking with me. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. There's a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on. I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything is wrong. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't break it on my
nobody gonna bring me down. Here we go. I'm invincible, nobody gonna bring me down. Dame toda la noche, no nos queda mucho tiempo más. No quiero perder lo que queda. Seguimos siempre la pasión y confiamos solo en el amor. Yeah. No quiero perder lo que queda. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad. Y más
Find myself so desperate on my knees to break. And I hear the voice of an angel telling me not to lay it down. And I feel the spirit guiding, telling me not to give up. Hold on to every promise I've been praying for. Like I hold on to every garment, won't you? Cause I'm selfish, get jealous. I feel a little helpless. My whole world has shifted again. You made a promise, I kept it. Now I'm second guessing. My whole world has shifted again. Now I drop back to an empty room, and it's setting in. Now that your things are on your chest. I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much holding that I can't do, but I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Quiet's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the fall, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle now. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel I gotta save me from myself. This emptiness, it hurts like hell. My good intentions let me down. I keep getting in my way. My stubborn pride will dig my grave. Leaving behind with every step I take. Yeah. The cycle now, walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look just realized I've built walls a mile high to protect my heart, but now I'm all alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been too scared that I'd unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I am strong. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? I criticized myself for trusting lies. I know I can't hide, 'cause then I'd be alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been too scared that I'd unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I'm enough. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. Watch me march. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to stay the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. I wanna run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that
Sink down and emotions feel like I never did before. Life shows him spoken reels of the movie I ignored. Blue skies on a broken sea and I'm stuck up on the shore. I never thought you could see me, but you did. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we call is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we call is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. We could be the enemy and show them how it's done. Yeah, we can find a new identity and tear apart the songs we can. Grayscale, we love black and white scale. Singing saints that the sinners believe and burn on the sin. We'll take them out. We'll make them up for it and shout. Keep out the guns, I'll take the wheel. How we feel, we were made for this. Leave the mountains still and make it real, make it dangerous. Been colorblind for all my life, and they kept painting rainbows. I'm colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain. And you've been colorblind for all your life, too scared to even say so. We're colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain so. So what they say we're called is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we call is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we call is falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind, yeah.
used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wait to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. In every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wait to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wait to save me? Sometimes when you're here, I can feel no doubts. 'Cause you keep me where the stars are found. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter, 'cause I feel so free now. It doesn't really matter. doesn't really matter, 'cause I feel so free now. It doesn't really matter. You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive. Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. 'Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. Though you might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. 'Cause I'm a black gold for your love. Like you, na 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 na, my center of gravity. 'Cause it's true, na na na, everything they say about me. I'll love you like a supernova, burned into you like a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me. Though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way, it's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her play clean. Don't wanna let out, wanna you can eat. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more, 'cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. 'Cause I'm a black girl for your love.
Sitting at the same old workplace. What's the point of this chase? To just bite our old tail. Wishing that something would change, that we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasies, flying on dragons through sky-high cities. These are childhood dreams. It's how we used to be, when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 our childhood dreams. Feeling. I feel so lightweight when I think back to those days, but then we went our own ways. I'm thinking about what needs to change, that we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasy, digging up treasures and sailing across the sea. These are childhood dreams. It's how we used to be, when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 our childhood dreams. Our childhood dreams, it's how it used to be, when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams.
Oh no, that is what they all say when they see me pouring some wine. Oh, then gets empty again. Better fill it up before I go. 'Cause I'm loving it, feeling it, touch me and being it. See what I see in it, I'm typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, let it all go. Oh Lord, think you know what I'm like, but you don't fall, you lose control. Bittersweet melody when I dance on your floor. 'Cause I know what you don't, it is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. How sad. Oh boy, got so hot I forgot what I should have thought of before. Sure ain't easy for you to let go of the rules, 'cause there's so much fun. Are you loving it, feeling it, touch me, are you in it? Don't say what you're seeing, but typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, please let it go. grave. I know you're bored. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. How sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. How sad. There's something that won't let me forget the way that you move. You tattooed me with your lips. I wore you like perfume. We were like no other, two hearts on the edge, but we went from lovers to just being friends. Play me like a song stuck in your head, but you still get my blood rushing. Dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let this old record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me and let this old record play. I know you see me cross the room. Let's skip to the end. I wanna be what keeps you sleepless past 3 a.m. I know that we're toxic, but I like the thrill. I'd be 6 feet under. It looks good, kill. Let's go back to where it all began and get too close as fast as we can. Dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let this old record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me and let this old record play. I know this gets so complicated. You lose your mind just to change it, and tomorrow you'll regret it. But until the morning, dance with me, baby, you take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let this old record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me and let this old record play. Holding on to what I know, to everything I've learned. What is real and fabricated? What is wrong? What is my problem? What can I get out of this world that I created? Fighting the storms in my head. Don't know where I have been. I'm alone, no one to turn to, no one understands. Shit's too complicated. Away, and I feel like I am someone else. Away, and I feel like I don't know myself, no. Away, and I feel like I don't know my name. And I don't want to live this way. I don't wanna keep on wasting a life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing my mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
unknown brain. Marvin Devine, and we back.
Can't nobody tell me nothing. Made it through the wind and rain. I turn nothing into something. No more dealing with their assumptions. Cause I do what I gotta do and I know, can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind, they see that I'm cooler than lemons and iced tea. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me. But I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
I don't wanna keep on wasting life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing the mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
So faceless.
I want you to come over. I wish that you would come and give me something to prove. Won't you pull me closer? I think that I'm obsessed with everything that you do. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. We've been making magic, and sometimes I get nervous, but too good to believe. I don't know how it happened, but baby, I'm ecstatic that you're sticking with me. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do. This is the last thing that I could do. There is a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on. I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything is wrong. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't make it on my own.